All right, this is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720 386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 estrella.
Thank you. At this time, I'll call the meeting to order. Ask clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Chacon.
Present.
Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Present.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We are all present and accounted for, so I will ask everybody remotely as well as in the audience to join us in a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, this time, does anybody on council wish to amend the agenda? Seeing none, I do need a motion and a second to amend the agenda to continue the public hearing for Resolution 2023-062 to June 5th. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Dara.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend the agenda, continuing the public hearing for Resolution 2023-062 to June 5th. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. That'll be continued to the June 5th council meeting. We're going to move on to citizen communication. All public comment except for those on public hearings will occur now. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Citizen communication has to occur after 6 p.m., which it is. We don't have any virtual speakers signed up, and I do not have a list of in-person speakers.
That was just sent to you, Mayor.
Okay. Looks like email's running a little slow. Can you call the first one for me?
Renee Bullock.
Hit your microphone there, please. Can you hit your microphone there, please? Thanks, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Renee Bullock. I'm the Executive Director of the Commerce City's Chamber of Commerce. Our address is 13611 East 104th Avenue, Suite 800. Tonight, I'm here before you as an invitation for tomorrow's informational session for Commerce City Mayor and City Council members and members of the public for information on what it takes to run and be a public official. It will be tomorrow night, Tuesday, May 16th at 6 o'clock at the South Adams County Firefighters Association Building, 4711 East 69th Avenue, Commerce City, Colorado, 80022. The reason that the chamber does this is that chambers throughout the country have informational sessions in order to inform people that would like to run, people that are in office, and just the general public, even whether you want to run or not, what it takes to be an official mayor, city councilman in most cities. The traditional role of the chamber is to be involved in local elections in order to find the best candidates to serve the cities that chambers serve in. Our chamber represents local businesses in our community. It represents the city, and it's an advocate for both. We're an advocate for citizens, we're an advocate for city government, and we're an advocate for businesses in the city of Commerce City. We also want to get the best candidates possible to run for office so that we have a great selection of candidates to choose from. We want a council that participates and supports local business, government, nonprofits, and organizations within the community. Who are the best candidates? We don't know. That's why we're having this informational session in order for everybody to learn that running for council or mayor is not just 4 meetings a month. You have a commitment to different committees, you have a commitment to different organizations within your city, and the time constraint can be great at sometimes, and at other times, there's hardly any time constraint. You also have to have a thick skin. That is the number one thing that you have to have as a council person or a mayor. Am I done? Okay. That's my time. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right, next person on the list is Morgan Colon, but I have to ask, are you here to speak on the public hearing, or are you here to speak under general citizen communication? Either one. Are you here to discuss the ordinances that we're going to have in the public hearing, or are you here to discuss other items? Okay, we'll call you up during those public hearings then. Okay. All right, if follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Written comments were received by the deadline incorporated into the updated packet in the agenda that was sent out to everybody. That concludes all of our citizen communication for the time being. We're going to go on to public hearings. First up, we have a consolidated public hearings on ordinance 2475 through 2494 per Commerce City Charter Section 5.11, paragraph B. Ordinances that adopt codes and standards by reference must have a public hearing prior to passage on second and final reading. Ordinances 2475 through 2494 adopt various codes by reference and therefore must have a public hearing before passage on the consent agenda later this evening. At this time, I will open the public hearing. We do not have any virtual speakers, so we'll go into our in-person speakers, and we're going to start with Morgan Colon.
Good evening, Mayor Huisman and members of the Commerce City Council. My name is Morgan Cullen, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Metro Denver. We're headquartered in Centennial, Colorado, but Commerce City is part of our jurisdiction. We're here to share the collective concerns of the residential construction industry on 2 proposals before you this evening. These comments are consistent with letters we submitted to Council on March 13th, March 21st, and April 27th. First is the issue of mandating fire sprinklers for new residential single-family construction. It is our understanding that City Council intends to impose a new fire sprinkler requirement on all single-family homes within 8 feet of the property line. While the proposal seemed well-intentioned, the apparent agreement made during a council meeting late last year also appeared to be negotiated on the fly, with more consideration placed on achieving council consensus than on implementing sound public policy based on public safety criteria, empirical evidence, and data. It is important to note that the newly constructed homes are vastly superior compared to existing homes due to superior safety code standards and advancements in smoke alarm technologies. The increased cost of complying with this new mandate in Commerce City will increase home prices by approximately $7,000 to $11,000 for a single-family home, depending on their size, leaving safer homes further out of reach for many residents. The other issue our industry is concerned about before you this evening is the proposed development impact fee, proposing and increasing the price of a single-family home by $10,966 and a multifamily home by $8,352. According to a fee study conducted by the city, this is the maximum justifiable allowable amount. Both of these items, if passed, will increase home prices by a combined amount of up to $22,000 for a single-family home in Commerce City. As you are aware, Commerce City has already imposed a significant burden on new homeowners with the recent addition of 2 new impact fees increasing for transportation and stormwater just this year, adding over $9,000 to the price of a single-family home in many neighborhoods. These additional costs, especially if increased all at once, will make the cost of homeownership unattainable for many aspiring residents with moderate incomes. The National Association's latest priced out estimates from January 2023 indicate a $1,000 increase in the cost of a median priced new home will further price out over 1,300 Colorado households out of the market. Given the precarious nature the housing market currently finds itself, we're asking you to reconsider these proposals to exempt the current permit applicants, to decrease the amount of decrease the amount below the maximum allowable amount, to implement them more gradually over time, and to not place the burden solely on aspiring homeowners, but make sure that everyone is sharing in the benefits of Commerce City's economic development and have them help pay their fair share as well. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here this evening. Mr. Roberts, were there any virtual speakers?
No virtual speakers registered by the deadline.
Thank you. And do we have any written comments?
No written comments were received by the deadline.
Thank you. And anybody else signed up to speak in the time in between we started and now?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'll close the public hearing. We're going to move on to proclamations. First up is going to be Public Works Week. Mr. Roberts, Deputy City Clerk, can you please read the proclamation?
Whereas public work services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives, and whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as streets, bridges, drainage, public buildings, fleet, solid waste, and recycling management. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services, and whereas the quality and effectiveness of this infrastructure, as well as the associated planning, design, and construction, are vitally dependent upon the efforts and skill of public works staff, and whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated Public Works Department personnel is materially influenced by their attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of Commerce City, the week of May 21st to the 27th, 2022, as National Public Works Week in Commerce City. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Huseman, on behalf of the City Council of Commerce City, hereby declares May 21st through May 27th of 2023 as National Public Works Week in Commerce City, and we call upon all citizens to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works, to recognize the contributions which public works personnel make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life.
Thanks, sir. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
Second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
I just want to say how appropriate this is on this day, considering the week we've been through and the week that's upcoming. The Public Works Department has really stepped up as this incredible rain occurred over the past week. So thank you all for what you've done for the past few days, and thank you for all you've done in the past years and what you will be doing going forward. So thank you all, and I'm glad that we're having this proclamation. Oddly enough, when we're in the middle of a public works hailstorm of some sort. Thanks.
Councilmember Dara.
You took the words right out of my mouth, so I won't repeat all that, but, just amazing work that Public Works did this past week. Fairfax was a duck pond with more ducks than I've ever seen there. And, from one day to the next, it's a park again. And, it's just incredible all the work that went into, resolving all the floods and the street issues. And, I just want to give you guys kudos for all that hard work. So thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to echo what my fellow council members have said. The city would not function the way it does without Public Works, and all of the hard work and the long hours and coming forward whenever you're needed to the call of duty. So I just want to express my appreciation, and I think as well as the rest of the public from our city. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Ford?
I'll go ahead and just say that everything that my colleagues have said about Public Works is true. It's one of those departments that's not thought much of until you actually need them. But congratulations to the Public Works Department.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Won't repeat everything that was said, but I just want to say thank you as well for all of your hard work. And keep up the good work. It's outstanding, and we see what you're doing for Commerce City. So thank you.
All right, all my peers up here have done a great job of recognizing all the great work you guys have done recently, especially in lieu of in light of the floodwaters that have occurred throughout the city. But would also like to just give you a moment of appreciation for everything you do on a daily basis. It goes beyond just responding to these emergencies. It goes to keeping those streets up and operational, making sure that they're as safe as possible, that people can drive down them and get to where they need to go. All the grounds maintenance that goes on out there, the parks maintenance and everything. Nobody stops by to say, hey, thank you for all the great work you're doing. All you tend to hear is just the negativity coming your direction. That's unfortunate, because there's really so much work that is done that deserves to be praised and thanked. And so on behalf of the city, thank you for everything that you do on a daily basis. I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring Public Works Week. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We will take a photo if the proclamation is here after all the other photos or proclamations are done.
After all the proclamations run.
Do we have the proclamation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I don't have it. Do you have it? You do. Okay, I don't. You do?
I do.
Okay, it's the right one?
Yes, sir.
You sure? All right. Next up is going to be a proclamation for Kids to Park Day. Mr. Roberts again.
Whereas May 20th, 2023 is the 13th annual Kids to Parks Day organized and launched by the National Park Trust, held annually on the third Saturday of May. And whereas Kids to Parks Day empowers kids and encourages families to get outdoors and visit America's parks. And whereas we should encourage children to lead a more active lifestyle to combat the issues of childhood obesity, diabetes mellitus, hypertension, and hypercholesterolemia. And whereas Commerce City is a Generation Wild community working to create incredible places for outdoor programs for all ages and abilities. Whereas Commerce City is home to the nation's largest urban wildlife refuge, which boasts more than 330 animal species, hiking and walking trails, self-guided tours, and breathtaking views of the Front Range. And whereas Commerce City has more than 25 miles of trails and 840 acres of open and park space residents can enjoy. And whereas Kids to Parks Day is open to all children and adults across the country to encourage a large and diverse group of participants. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Commerce City proclaims May 20th, 2023 as Kids to Parks Day and urges residents to make time to take the children in their lives to a neighborhood, state, or national park.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation for Kids to Parks Day. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion and a second approving the proclamation declaring Kids to Park Day. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. Next up, we have a final proclamation for the 2023 Civic Academy. I'll invite Harvest Thomas to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Whereas Commerce City Civic Academy is an 8-week-long course where engaged citizens learn about the basics of city government, including community relations, city management, and city council, community development, public works, economic development, public safety, parks, recreation, and golf, finance and budgeting, urban renewal, elections, and board and commissions, and Whereas the Civic Academy encouraged participants to build meaningful relationships with city staff and leadership, encouraging an open dialogue to improve city services. And whereas the Civic Academy encouraged residents to ask tough questions, public servants listen with an open mind, understanding that government can only improve with active, informed engagements from both citizens and public service. And whereas any residents of Commerce City or anyone who works in Commerce City may apply to participate in and learn more about Civic Academy by visiting c3gov.com/academy, and it's free. Whereas the city recognized the outstanding civic engagement of 2023 Civic Academy cohorts, including Mayor Pro Tem Jennifer Allen Thomas, Councilmember Craig Kim, Michelle Sprudels Martinez, Young Hong, Edwin Flores, Timothy Hoskins, Miranda Jensen, Augusta Johart, Vianna Capitine, Chris Conquest, and me, Harvest Thomas. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City hereby recognize the graduating class of 2023 Commerce City Civic Academy, encourage all residents to be active, engaged, informed members of the community to help build a quality community for a lifetime. Signed by Mayor Benjamin Huseman on this day, 15th, May 23rd. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate you reading that and your participation in the program. This time, we're looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second approving the proclamation recognizing the 2023 Civic Academy. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for participating and actively seeking out, this information about our city. I was honored to be part of the inaugural, and I think that really changed my whole perspective on local government. And we'll continue to support this moving forward. I appreciate you spending the 8 weeks and those Wednesday nights with the group, but I hope you learned what you set out to learn as well.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you all for participating. I think it's really wonderful that you wanted to know more about what's going on in Commerce City and how the government functions. It's very important to become an even more effective and engaged citizen. And as was pointed out, there is a Chamber of Commerce event tomorrow night in case any of you have decided since you did this, you want to run for City Council. So thank you all again, really appreciate it.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. I just want to thank and applaud all of you for making such a commitment to come every week, 8 weeks. And just to know that you want to be engaged in the community and you want to know more about how everything operates. And just want to say thank you for doing what you did. And it takes a big commitment, and you fulfilled that. So thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Yeah, so first and foremost, quick shout out to both Trenton and Emily for making it happen. Thank you so much. I had a great opportunity to go and be part of that 6 out of the 8 weeks, I think. But really had an opportunity to learn a lot about the city. Got to play with the cool toys that the police department had. Got to learn more about economic development, PRG, finance. Finance is always a very tricky topic and fun as well. It can seem boring, but at the same time, it's really necessary. It's needed. So thank you, Teresa, and your team. And a few others too. So thank you very much. And to the rest of the class, with the exception of Harvest, I appreciate your guys' time. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys being part of this group. Harvest, I'm just kidding. That's all.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I also wanted to acknowledge Emily and Trenton. They did an exceptional job, and I'd like to encourage all the residents in Commerce City to take this class. They do an outstanding job. And even though I'm on city council, I learned a lot of information, saw a lot of things in the city that I didn't know. And I would also like to thank this class as well for signing up, and hope you encourage everyone else to register and attend the academy. Thank you.
All right, well, congratulations to all of you for completing that. That's a lot of nights to give up of your personal time to come learn about exciting things going on in the city of Commerce City. So as everybody else says, appreciate your involvement and your support of the city in that manner. At this time, looking for a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Do you have that proclamation as well? You do? Okay, I don't have it. You have it? All right. All right, if you all can join us for a photo, we'll do one first with the people standing, and then we'll invite all our Public Works employees present to come up for a photo as well.
We're a little heavy on this side of the ship here. Me of all people should know better than poor choice of words. And actually, see if Councilmember Hurst can take just a little shimmy. There we go. That's pretty good. See all the faces here. All right, here we go. All right, big smiles.
Hey, do we have Public Works employees?
We got Kids Parks Day and then we'll yeah. Councilmember Ford, can you take a step forward? Yeah, Councilmember Ford.
You gotta get that shirt as far away from you.
Let's don't you step forward? We'll reach in there. We get a couple folks on the steps. There we go. We got, that way we can stack you guys up. Everybody else come a little forward as well. Yeah, we'll back up. You guys come forward. We get one more. Yeah, there you go, Willie. Thank you. I can't see Councilmember Madera. I don't think you're going to be. Same thing with Councilmember Ford again, behind shoulders there. Here we go. I'm looking, I think we got everybody, let's see, Councilmember Kim, like 1 inch to your left. It's like a little, yeah, it's a lean, it's just a little. Okay, Jim, nice one. It's been a long time. Looks like you go like 2 inches to your right. There we go. Right, there we go. All right. And now Councilmember Hurst about 2 inches to your left. You got it right there. Okay. 3, 2, and one more. All right, here we go.
Oh, wait, this is weird. I know, I wasn't freaking out. Thank you guys for all you do.
Well, you know, anything to take the eyes off of you.
You're welcome.
What's that? All right, thanks again, everybody, for being here for the proclamations. Public Works, once again, thank you for everybody for all the hard work that you do. We're going to move on to our consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, or non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, we have 35 items on the consent agenda. Does anybody on council wish to remove an item? Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I'm going to remove 2488, and there's kind of a bigger conversation that I'd like to bring with that.
All right, ordinance 2488. Councilmember Ford?
Yes, I would like to remove 2480.
2480, all right. Councilmember Noble?
2476.
And Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to remove Z-962-20-23, please.
That was Z-962-20-23. Okay. Any others? All right, looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
Second that?
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Will the clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the May 1st, 2023 regular meeting. Minutes of the May 8th, 2023 special meeting. Ordinance AN-258-23, an ordinance annexing the property generally located at the southwest corner of East 81st Avenue and Tower Road to the City of Commerce City, Colorado, in case AN-258-23, known as the Quick Trip Annexation. Ordinance 2448, an ordinance amending the Land Development Code of the City of Commerce City by the addition of the general government fee on the new development based off of recent studies of the same. Ordinance 2475, an ordinance repealing and replacing sections 2-3004 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code in order to consolidate provisions defining the Board of Building Code of Appeals, BBCA. Ordinance 2477, an ordinance repealing and replacing sections 5-21 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to update and modernize provisions defining the Board of Building and Code Appeals, BBCA. 2478, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 3 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which regulates the licensing and registration of contractors in the city. Ordinance 2479, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 1 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Building Code, IBC, with the city-centric amendments. Ordinance 2481, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 3 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Existing Building Code, IEBC, with city-centric amendments. Ordinance 2482, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 4 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code, IPMC, with the city-centric amendments. Ordinance 2438, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 5 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2023 National Electric Code, NEC. Ordinance 2484, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 6 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Plumbing Code, IPC, with state-mandated amendments. Ordinance 2485, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 7 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Mechanical Code, IMC, with city-centric amendments. Ordinance 2486, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 8 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Fuel Gas Code, IFGC, with city-centric amendments. Ordinance 2487, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 9 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code, IECC, with city-centric amendments. Ordinance 2489, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 11 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, ISPSC, with city-centric amendments. Ordinance 2490, an ordinance to create Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 12 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Private Sewage Disposal Code, IPSDC, with city-centric amendments. Ordinance 2491, an ordinance to create Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 13 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Green Construction Code, IGCC, with city-centric amendments. Ordinance 2492, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 5 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to update provisions for the violation of the City of Commerce City Building Code, C3BC. Ordinance 2493, an ordinance to create Article 6 of Chapter 5 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to consolidate the provisions which regulate how fees are calculated for permits associated with the Commerce City Building Code, C3BC. Ordinance 2494, an ordinance to create Article 7 of Chapter 5 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to establish provisions which regulate third-party plan review and inspection services enforcing the City of Commerce City Building Code, C3BC, on behalf of the city. Ordinance 2500, an ordinance amending the Land Development Code of the City of Commerce City by the adoption of a public works fee on a new development based off of recent studies of the same. Ordinance 2501, an ordinance amending the Land Development Code of the City of Commerce City by the addition of a public safety fee on new development based off of recent studies of the same. Ordinance 2502, an ordinance amending the Land Development Code of the City of Commerce City by updating the public park fee based off of recent studies of the same. Ordinance 2506, an ordinance amending Article 1 of Chapter 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to provide for campaign finance regulations. Resolution 2023-021, a resolution authorizing award of contract for design and construction management services for the Highway 2 Median Improvement Project between East 72nd Avenue and East 112th Avenue to EST Incorporated. Resolution 2023-046, a resolution authorizing the First Amendment to the Galloway and Company Professional Services Agreement. Resolution 2023-047, a resolution authorizing renewal of Microsoft Enterprise Agreement for the purchase and use of the Microsoft products, software, and services. Resolution 2023-052, a resolution authorizing the Second Amendment of the contract for right-of-way landscape maintenance and repair services with Sierra Landscaping and Maintenance. Resolution 2023-058, a resolution appointing members to designated board and commissions of the City of Commerce City. Resolution 2023-061, a resolution updating certain user and impact fees based off of recent studies of the same.
Mayor, before you vote, can I interrupt for a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Just to clarify the resolution, the user impact fees, that is a resolution adopting the directory of fees, which is attached. So just clarify for the record, the title is just slightly confusing because it's the entire directory of fees.
Thank you.
Let me reset your vote. Okay, your vote should be open.
All right, consent agenda is amended, passes unanimously, 9-0. We'll start with the first item on the consent agenda that was pulled. That is case Z-962-20-23. Councilmember Douglas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to pull this because when this was presented in a public hearing, the conceptual site plan was questioned as far as the safety effects of traffic. And because that was included in this, on the consent agenda, I would like to call for an amendment to hold a public hearing regarding the design presented as the Quick Trip conceptual site plan. And that's because I believe the public needs to weigh in on that. I am very, very concerned about the proposed entrances and exits. So I would move to approve this if the amendment was added.
Councilmember Madera?
I have a procedural question. So in looking over the planning commission meeting minutes, it appears that alternate Commissioner Steve Douglas voted on this case. So kind of a little bit of an unprecedented event there. So I guess my question is there any type of conflict in that being a husband of a council member, or what's the policy surrounding that?
Because Mr. Douglas had been appointed as an alternate prior to Councilmember Douglas's coming to City Council. The policies allow for him to serve in that capacity. With respect to any conflicts, that would be under the normal council policies for whether there would be any interest on the part of Councilmember Douglas, which he would.
Is that the policy for quasi-judicial cases? I know that's the policy for employees of the city.
Yeah, it would apply to council members as well. And this is a legislative act. I note also, I'd have to check whether the conceptual site plan is part of something that council approves or disapproves as part of the record in a zoning matter. And this matter did have a public hearing associated with it on first reading with the annexation. And another just point, if you all voted to have the annexation complete, because the annexation ordinance already went on second reading. And so the property would need to be zoned within 90 days of that, or it would go and revert back to the county zoning, which I'm not sure without looking what that is. Is it ag? Yeah.
And just to follow on to that, sir, When it comes to a conceptual development plan, those are not typically considered as part of a rezone application due to there has not been a determination made as to whether or not it's applicable. It meets all of the applicable standards or guidelines established within the zoning. It's usually there to show what could be developed and how they plan to move forward with such. What is under consideration is obviously access points, which are based on various points of information from your traffic study that's presented to the city for establishing the appropriate locations for certain movements in and out of that site. But your conceptual site plan down to the details, brick, mortar, architectural details, landscaping, are not customarily reviewed as part of your zoning, but more to give, once again, just context.
Thank you for the clarification.
Councilmember Douglas?
So if in fact there is no amendment and there's no public hearing, however, the design plan could be conceived as being approved because it was part of the presentation for approval. And so that is my concern.
Staying along that train of thought, I can appreciate and understand and see it from that lens. What I would still counter is that even though it is shown as part of their zoning, they still have to go through the regulatory process to demonstrate how they've met each one of those various development standards and or performance standards. And if there are any amendments made to include additional development bulk or performance standards, they would then have to accordingly address those as well as part of their administrative application. So while conceptualizing a design as part of their zoning to show what the zoning could lead into, it does not inherently grant the authority to do such with what's been presented before you.
And would the design then be brought before council as a part of a public hearing? Or would that be administratively approved as meeting the criteria if the planning department so saw that
That's a great
it
question,
was
ma'am.
acceptable to them?
My apologies. That's a great question. Right now, in our current practice, it would be optional. Council as a body would have to adopt or approve an amendment that called out an additional condition that stated the development plan or PUD permit in this aspect would have to be presented to City Council for approval. Currently, that's not built into the current standards.
All right, so would this be the proper time to ask for such an amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so that's what I would like to do, please.
Can you restate your motion, please?
My motion was to approve the -962-20-23 with an amendment to hold a public hearing regarding the design presented as the Quick Trip conceptual site plan.
I'm not quite sure how that would work, because you're voting on the ordinance for the zoning, so if you're asking to amend the ordinance to include a requirement that the development plan come forward to council, that it wouldn't fit into this zoning ordinance.
Well, and that's part of the reason that I'm bringing it forward, because it was included as part of the presentation. And so that's where the question on the entrances and the exits came up, how it would impact the safety of our citizens.
Okay, I have a motion to approve ordinance Z-962-203 with an amendment that would require a public hearing for the conceptual site plan. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble.
I'm watching staff huddle, but I would be the second. But if you want to tell us what you're huddling about.
So it would not be a conceptual site plan. What the actual request would be is a request for a PUD permit to have final action taken by city council as opposed to it being administratively. So it would be a PUD permit for that use is what the action would be.
All right, let me clean this up for a second here. I'll get to you in 1 second, Councilmember Douglas.
Sure.
Looking for a motion and a second to approve Z-962-203. Councilmember Ford?
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve Z-962-203. Councilmember Douglas, would you like to make a motion to amend?
Yes, please. I would like to.
1 second, please.
Just given that this is part of the due process, we do have to ask the applicant if they're willing to accept the amendment or additional condition to that zone, PUD zone document.
Is the applicant here? Oh, okay, great. 1 moment, please. Councilmember Douglas, would you like to make your motion?
I believe so. I would like to make a motion to amend to hold a public hearing regarding the design as presented as the Quick Trip conceptual site plan to go before council as opposed to being approved administratively. That was on the fly.
All right, Councilmember Noble?
I think she means a PUD hearing. I believe that's what the city manager said.
For city council to take final action on a PUD permit associated with a Quick Trip application.
That is your motion, Councilmember Douglas?
Yes.
That is what I'm seconding.
All right, have a motion and a second to amend Z-962-203 to require a public hearing for the PUD approval by city council. Before we get into discussion, Mr. Talcott, would you like to chime in on your acceptance of that amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Mike Talcott, Quick Trip Corporation, 11724 Hannibal, Commerce City. If that is what council decides, then yes, I'm willing to have another public hearing. In the last 3 years of working on this site with staff and Public Works, we've done a traffic study. We meet or exceed every requirement that's established for access points and traffic ratings. So I really don't have any fear of discussing it again, but that's at your discretion.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that candor. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Kim?
Yeah, help me understand as far as what are we making a motion to amend exactly? Because I think I'm understanding it correctly is the fact that when it comes to the turnoff lanes that go into the Quick Trip location, I think that is the issue. I think that's what it sounds like is the issue. But I would look at Councilmember Noble to please help me understand. Sorry, Douglas. My apologies.
Yes, my concern, first and foremost, is for the safety of our residents and also people who visit our city, coming into our city, and access and exit on this conceptual plan does not demonstrate consideration of safety to me at all. And that's my concern. It's on a hill. I travel that a lot. I see a lot of people getting into that third lane, trying to beat the traffic to go up. We're going to have truck traffic going in and out, crossing over a major thoroughfare like this. I just think that this needs to be revisited before we find ourselves in a situation that we regret at a later time.
Mayor, may I?
Yep.
So it sounds like to me then you were looking at the southbound lane on Tower where it splits into 3 lanes essentially, and that far right lane is the one where people do speed up and decide to try to get on and over. I think that's what it sounds like we're trying to mitigate, the fact that when you get somebody who gets to that intersection, and if they're making that right turn into Quick Trip, that there's potential, there's a car behind them not paying attention potentially to ram right in the backside of that vehicle. Is that correct?
There are other concerns as far as I can see from this conceptual plan. The other one is where it cuts in going to the second west entrance going in west, and the fact that there is another lane that's been carved out going the opposite way. It's at the crest of the hill, and then those travelers can enter in that way, and they can also exit from that drive. So I just have a lot of concerns that I feel need to be addressed. We're talking about the safety of our residents and people who are going to be going to this site. There's also a 7-Eleven that's right directly across. There's going to be people going in and out of there. We didn't even consider the competition that it's going to create for the 7-Eleven, but my biggest concern is the safety of our citizens.
Copy all. So with that, my question, Mr. Taka, or maybe potentially city staff can answer, what mitigation efforts were identified within the actual the street, this traffic study? I know I read through it, but man, it's like Greek reading Greek.
I can answer that one. That's okay. In the traffic study, it identifies what improvements need to be done to the intersection of 81st and the actual traffic signals, as well as on Tower. There are decel lanes with the proper storage lane or storage space, and I'm not a traffic engineer either, but so that cars that want to turn in as they're going southbound can get out of traffic and then make the turn safely. The other more southern access point is a 3/4 that allows people going northbound to turn left in. Otherwise, that access point to our site is just a right in, right out, and that access point is already there. But the traffic study took all that into account, and on that one, we're expanding the storage lane on it as well. So as people are headed north towards the site, they have more room to get over and out, so that it would mitigate any stacking. Does that make sense?
It does, but I also the concern is the fact when people are going up that hill to go southbound too. I can also see that when traffic is trying to get in there, but I mean, if that was addressed, then.
Yeah, there's turn lanes incorporated, so cutouts into the road, into our property, so people can get out of the traffic flow.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Rogers, has anything been submitted? What day did we have this public hearing? May 1st?
May 1st.
Has anything been submitted by the Quick Trip Corporation between May 1st and May 15th to the City of Commerce City regarding any plans? Is there anything new that needs to be discussed that was not already discussed in the public hearing on May 1st that is in the city's possession at this time?
There has been no substantive changes to any information that we've received to this point.
So all of these right-in, right-outs and all these crossing over Tower Road and everything else, that was all discussed during the public hearing whenever this was heard on May 1st?
That was included and discussed in the first meeting, yes, sir.
Yeah, see, and we had the opportunity to discuss. We pulled the map up. We looked at the map over and over. We looked at the amount of space that was available for that. So I don't see why it is that a public hearing would be necessary in order to further discuss what was already discussed in the first public hearing on May 1st. But what I'm really concerned about now at this point is the comment that was made that we didn't take into account the competition that this was going to create for 7-Eleven. It is not the city's role to pick winners and losers. It is not the city's role to decide that a business can't move into the city because it may cause competition for another city. And so now I think we've opened ourselves up to some serious legal challenges should this not get approved for the simple fact that we're picking 7-Eleven over Quick Trip. That is a comment that just right there, I cannot vote to support this amendment and will be a staunch no on this because that is not how a city council is supposed to do business. We are not supposed to be making comments that say, well, we didn't consider competition for another business. That's insanely wrong. I will not support the amendment. Councilmember Hurst.
So I think through just proper MUTCD signage, we can mitigate that right turn, or that third lane, if you will, on the right side. You need a right turn only sign with the appropriate striping to support that. But besides that, I think all turn lanes are protected and it's median divided. So I think we should continue to trust the traffic study. I think we get ahead of our skis when we go outside of what the traffic experts in the traffic study says. Doesn't mean we shouldn't review them and question them, but absolutely should understand the design experts and kind of what they're considering, because when you look at this project, when it's 90% done, it'll actually have a sign plan supporting it. And that's probably when all those things are finally mitigated in an appropriate way.
Councilmember Noble.
I had raised this issue at the hearing, actually, because I was concerned about that there was only 300 feet for a turn lane, considering all the cars that come down Tower Road. I was thinking more in terms of the northbound lane, actually, that has to turn left into Quick Trip at both 81st and then at the other new, it isn't in use yet, but there is a cut turn there. And then you have the ramp coming from Pena. And so those cars will have to be going across 3 lanes in order to get to the Quick Trip. And it's just a very congested area right now with a lot of trucks and vehicles and you name it. There's a lot of jockeying for position because of the congestion in that area. And that's what I think is the dangerous part in my mind. We can either vote for this amendment now, or we can call up this item at the time, potentially in the future. Mr. Rogers is raising his finger again.
Yes, ma'am. Just for a point of clarification, the only current provision within the Land Development Code for call-up is subdivision plats. A development plan currently is not callable unless you make certain changes to the PUD zone document to make that the case. So you would be able to call up any future plat, but you wouldn't be able to call up the actual development permit unless the director chose to do so based on any new substantive information.
Okay, I would be very comfortable voting yes on this because I raised this issue at the original hearing, and I would like to see that all traffic issues are mitigated. I am very much in favor of going forward. I would vote for the motion itself, but also for the amendment. Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
I just want to be on record to say that I will not be supporting the amendment.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I just want to reiterate that my concern is for the safety of our residents and travelers on that road. I don't know if the hill was taken into consideration in the traffic study, but for someone who drives that route a lot, when I saw this, and actually I didn't have concerns until I thought about it today, and that's when I pulled up the conceptual plan and actually highlighted the different entrances and exits so that I could see for myself. And so that's my concern. I think that the public should be able to weigh in on this, or the council, actually the council. And so that's where I'm coming from on that. I just wanted you to know that's, it's my concern, and it's the concern for the citizens, so thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second to amend Z-962-203, requiring a public hearing for the PUD. All those in favor? Any opposed? No. And that is going to fail 6-3. Okay, now we're going to go on to the vote on Z-962-2023, unless there's any other discussion. All right, Mr. Roberts, would you please read the title?
Ordinance Z-962-20-23, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by zoning the property annexed as the Quick Trip annexation from Adams County A3 agriculture to a PUD zone district and approving a PUD zone document. Your vote is now open.
Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. Okay, we're going to move on to ordinance 2476. Councilmember Noble, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I pulled this particular ordinance because it has the clock in it, the calendar. It is with regards to ordinance 2480, which another council member has pulled as well. The city-centric residential code has much to do with the safety of residents as well, and that includes the fire issues. Let's see, multiple issues that we had discussed regarding exterior and so forth. So I would like to have 6 months apply to 2480. And I'm wondering if I can do it that way. Rather than 1 year. There is a 1-year grace period. And the other issue I have, Mr. Foley, is that these are the building code for 2023. And according to what I'm reading in section 5.4 of ordinance 2476, it says that you're permitted to choose whether to comply with all of the technical provisions of 2021 C3BC or the addition in effect immediately prior to 2021. So when does 2023 come into effect?
We will not have a building code that has a year of 2023. We choose the published building codes from the International Code Council, and we base the year of our code on their publication year.
So that's 2021.
That's 2021, correct. And they publish these codes every 3 years. So the next time they publish a code will be next year.
All right. Then the option to not comply with the residential is what concerns me, because these are all items that have to do with the safety of a home. And to be able to wait a year, or more importantly, to revert to prior code that doesn't include this is what I'm objecting to.
Okay. A year's grace period is industry standard. It allows builders and designers to get in motion projects to the permitting office while that year's grace period is still going on. And a lot of our home builders have master models. These are pre-designed houses that are designed once, reviewed once by us, but built many times throughout the city. And for us for our tract builders to be able to change those design within 6 months can be considered unreasonable.
And what would
They would still need to comply with the 2018.
But the 2018 isn't the one that I would like to have in effect. The 2021 is the one that I want to have in effect.
I understand.
And if they reject 2021 and go with 2018, then that's far looser when it comes to these items.
It is looser with regards to the sprinkler, residential sprinklers, which I think we'll be discussing here shortly.
As well as siding and so forth, and
Indeed.
ice
indeed.
damming, window
Correct.
well covers, floors, et cetera. There's several items
That is correct.
that this complies with.
Yes.
That they would have to comply with.
Correct.
And if they're being able to go back to 2018, then how does that help us put into place new fire standards when we are living in one of the metro area's hottest communities?
It's not necessarily them going back to an old code. It's allowing them to continue to pull permits off of an existing master model that has been filed with the city. So while they redesign we have between 50 and 100 master models right now in the city. And that would mean every one of our home builders needs to go back and redesign those. And 6 months to get that done is a lot of work, and it could slow down construction because of that.
I'm more concerned about the safety issue personally.
I understand.
So my motion would be to have Section 5-4 of Ordinance 2476 amended to include the application submitted during the one-year period beginning on the effective date shall be permitted, except for Ordinance 2480, which will be 6 months.
Okay, let's put that on ice for 1 second. We'll get back to your motion in a moment. Right now, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2476. Councilmember Chacon?
Second.
I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2476. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Chacon?
Sorry, forgive me, second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2476. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble, now would be the time to make your motion to amend 2476.
All right. My motion is to amend Section 5-4 to include 6-month period beginning on the effective date of the 2021 edition will apply to ordinance 2480.
All right, I want to make sure that we get this right, so we're actually going to take a 5-minute recess. Please consult with the city attorney who can help you draft the motion that includes the appropriate language in there so that it is as solid as possible, okay?
Okay.
5-minute recess.
Mm-hmm.
right, we're back in session. All right, Councilmember Noble, we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2476, and I believe you have a motion you would like to make to amend 2476. Please make your motion.
That is correct. Thank you very much, sir. And I appreciate everyone's patience. I move to amend ordinance 2476 to change section 5-4 of Article 1 to allow an application for a building permit to the city 1 year after the effective date of the 2021 C3BC to comply with the provisions of this code, with the exception of the provisions of the 2021 International Residential something, for which applicants have 6 months within which to comply with this code. Residential Code DRC, ARC?
IRC.
IRC, all right. Residential Code IRC, for which applicants have 6 months within which to comply with this code. So what this does is make all of the residential safety provisions apply. It gives builders a 6-month grace period. And within that time, they could use 2018 or 2021. And then after the 6 months, then they must use 2021, which is the safety. So I can give this to you, Mayor, or I can repeat it again because it's a pretty long amendment.
All right, we have a very long amendment. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I'd like to second that, please.
All right, I have a motion and a second for the very long amendment. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas? All right, seeing no request for discussion, I have a motion and a second to amend ordinance 2476 that would basically make any requirement in ordinance 2480, which will be discussed in a moment, to be a 6-month grace period instead of a 1-year grace period like all other provisions. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. And that is going to pass 6-3.
And Mayor, because the ordinance was amended on second reading, we have the actual amendment that needs to be read for the record. I can do that, or you can do that.
We'll get to that in 1 second.
Okay.
All right. Is there any other discussion on ordinance 2476? Seeing none, will the clerk please read the title?
Ordinance 2476, an ordinance amending Chapter 5, Article 1 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which establishes the 2021 Commerce City Building Code C3BC and incorporates the 2021 editions of the International Codes and the 2023 National Electrical Code.
And will the interim city attorney please read the amendment?
This is section 5.4 in ordinance 2476 that now reads, when applicable, construction for which a permit application is submitted to the city 6 months after the effective date of the 2021 C3BC shall comply with the provisions of this code. The applicant for a permit submitted during the 6-month period beginning on the effective date of the 2021 edition of the C3BC shall be permitted to choose whether to comply with all the technical provisions of the 2021 C3BC or the edition in effect immediately prior to the 2021 edition. Applicants for permits designed in accordance with the International Building Code shall be permitted 1 year after the effective date of the 2021 C3BC to comply with the provisions of this code. Those are all the amendments, and then the rest of that section, for clarity, is existing buildings and structures shall comply with the provisions of this code related to the City of Commerce City property maintenance and fire codes on the effective date of the 2021 edition of the C3BC.
All right, have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2476 as amended. The title has been read, the amendment has been read. Will the clerk please take a roll call vote?
Your vote is open.
Motion carries 6-3. Next up, we are going to go to ordinance 2480. Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I would like to pull out the requirement for sprinklers in the single-family homes, not just on the expansion of existing additions or future additions or anything like that. I think it puts our community at a disadvantage from a competitive state with all the surrounding areas, being one of the only cities that would be required to put sprinklers in single-family homes. Right now, if the buyer wishes to have that installed in their home when it's being built, they have that option, but I don't think it's something that we should require for the additional cost, given the lack of affordable homes right now. I think it's something that should be on the buyer's choice rather than the city's requirement. So I'd like to amend.
Can I hold you on that?
Yep, I'll wait.
Thank you. All right. Looking for a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2480 on second and final reading. Councilmember Madera,
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 280 by councilors seated on second and final reading. Councilmember Ford, would you like to amend the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to amend ordinance 2480 by removing the requirement for sprinklers in single-family detached homes.
All right. Have a motion to amend 2480 by removing the requirement for sprinklers in single-family homes. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to amend 2480, removing that fire sprinkler system in single-family home requirements. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
I apologize, I didn't cancel
Councilmember
me.
Hurst.
Yeah, I think this discussion kind of goes with the whole agenda tonight. From 2479 to 2491, with only 3 missing, every one of those has with city-centric amendments to them. For 2 years, we've been talking about this, and for 2 years, I've been talking about not creating specialized supply chains through our building codes, and I think that will translate to much higher upfront costs. Along with the specifically 2480 and our impact fees, we're looking at significantly higher new build costs, which only artificially inflates the properties across the street of the people that already live here. And we are being taxed right out of our houses. And so to see a say a $25,000 increase to new costs of homes between the development fees and the additional amendments that we're making to the International Building Code, I think it's a very costly venture for not just future residents of Commerce City, but also those that live here today. We have people looking at $1,500 to $2,000 increases in their mortgage, and that's all I hear about. I don't hear about anything else. No one's concerned about fire sprinklers in their house or anything like that. Not a single house in Commerce City has that right now. But they are concerned about being able to live here next year.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I have a question, and then I'll comment afterwards. What is the implications of this code on existing homes? Are people going to have to bring their homes up to code before they sell?
No, this is only for new homes from date forward.
Okay, well, that's helpful for existing homeowners, but, it's basically what you see with the gentrification going on in our communities, right? Is you start inflating the value of these homes in the surrounding area, and now the homes that people live in are also going up in value, and people on fixed incomes can't afford the taxes, and it just, one thing leads to another. So, I struggle with the lack of affordability. Anyone in my generation, my age, knows how difficult it is to get into your first home. And unless you bought in 2008, you're kind of between a rock and a hard place. So this is one of those things where I think it should be up to the individual, whether they want to outfit their home. You know, I have different opinion for multifamily housing because you're not in control of what your neighbor does, but you are in control in your own home when it's a single family. So I can't support this with having sprinklers in residential homes.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. What I'd like to do is like to hear from the fire chief as far as what are their thoughts on 2480 and the current impacts.
Sure. The current impacts, what you're looking at is I agree, it is a cost. It's a cost about $8,000 to put it in, but there's also reductions in your insurance costs by your insurance company. We've had 2 individuals in the last 3 years perish in a fire, one just over the weekend, and a residential sprinkler system would have prevented that. When you look at basically not only life but damage to a structure, we have an average response time of 8 minutes. A sprinkler head puts out about 14 gallons per minute in a residential sprinkler system. So when you look at that 8-minute response, you're looking at very minimal amount of water that's put on that fire to contain it and most of the time put it out. In our 8-minute response, when we get there, we have hoses that put out over 150 gallons per minute, and we average about 30 to 40 minutes from when the fire is what we consider out of control. So that is a lot more water damage and fire damage being done to a residential home. I agree that this needs to be an option by the homeowner itself and to look at that. What we're trying to do here is look at the life safety of being able just to provide people an adequate time to get out. Smoke alarms are great to wake you up, but it does not prevent the fire from spreading. Residential fire sprinklers will stop that fire from spreading throughout the rest of the house. This is a life safety system that does that, gives you time to get out of your house in the time the fire is building up. It does not, like I stated a few months ago, this does not prevent a fire from the outside of your house coming in and protecting your house like we saw a few winters ago. It will not stop that from taking out your house. But the houses or the fires that we have most of the time, they're started inside a home, and this system will protect that from extending, and then the cost of rebuilding, the cost of water damage is a lot less.
So just out of curiosity, thank you for that info. Past year, let's say not so much the loss of life, but just the fact of with fires that happen in residents, approximately how many of you guys had to respond to?
And just in the last year, the number of structure fires we responded to, we're looking at right around 54, I believe, is what we responded to last year.
And approximate average time to get to that house to go in and take to?
It's right around 8 minutes
Around
from
8
the
minutes.
time we get the call, yes.
So you're telling me that maybe if you had a sprinkler system in there or whatever, it would have probably, you said, deduced by 40% of it or something like that? I'm sorry, I missed.
So what I was talking about is the amount of water that's put on the fire is reduced a lot from the fire sprinkler head being there automatically. Fire sprinkler head goes off within the first minute of that fire starting to when it takes us 8 minutes to get there, it's already containing that fire. And that's where it's 14 gallons per minute that it's putting on. So within that 8 minutes of us responding, you're looking at 114 gallons of water on that fire. For us to get there 8 minutes, it builds, the fires continuing to burn. We have what's called flashover, which is everything starts on fire in the room at once. And that happens usually within 2 to 3 minutes of a fire starting nowadays. The 8-minute response time, that fire would be fully involved in the room that it started in. And then we're looking at that 150 gallons plus per minute, and it usually takes us about 30 minutes to contain that fire. So you're looking at 150 gallons for 30 minutes, so there's a lot more water damage.
Thank you very much for all that. Appreciate the information there. I think that, you know, I can't honestly, in my own, I don't know what the right word is here, but just within my own self, say that I would support this amendment to go and remove it. Because of the fact that, I mean, we're talking about, I mean, it could happen to anybody, lost a life, it could be a kid, it could be adult, whatever the case is. It's a fact that it takes the fire department this long, you know, about that time to get to the house. I mean, by God, I mean, what's a life really worth? If we're gonna sit up on this dais to go in and try to talk about, you know, the cost of affordability with houses, I get it, I totally get it, it is expensive. Just look at the assessments that occurred, right? I mean, we get it. But there's definitely no easy answer to it altogether. I think from a fire department's perspective, my assumption would be is that you guys would fully support in having a sprinkler system actually installed in the home. Would you agree or disagree, or is there immediate middle ground here?
I agree with that. One of the things that I would definitely like to see is multifamily townhomes. If we're not looking at an all one, is that we look definitely at townhomes. And then an option that the developers can put in that the homeowner themselves can look at and determine if they want that option for a residential sprinkler in 1 and 2 family dwellings. So what we're trying to do is just give the individual the option to make that choice for themselves. But I agree, multifamily, I would like to see them in all multifamilies, townhomes.
Thank you, that's all I have, Mayor.
So I got to follow up on that because I'm a little confused. The fire department's position is multifamily, yes, single family, have it as an option?
That is if you guys are looking at not doing it across the board.
What is the?
So my option would be that we have residential sprinkler systems throughout all residential occupancies.
What is the preference of the South Adams County Fire Department?
That we have residential sprinklers throughout all residential occupancies.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I heard and considered that. We watched the video last time. And quite honestly, if this was a standalone, I'd probably support it. But with the, $15,000 to $18,000 else that we're adding to the front end, this is a hard one for me. That's why I want it to be an option. You add $8,000 to the front end, I wouldn't live here, and neither would several of my neighbors. We came here for affordability and bought fire extinguishers. I know those don't work all the time, but quite honestly, I would not live in this community if my house was $8,000 to $10,000 more when I bought it in 2015 when it was affordable. So I still, I'm protecting people who will never live here. I mean, that seems, and if you can afford that additional cost, slam it right on the front of that build. And that's where I think we need to get to is, it's good for about 50,000 people currently in Commerce City. So I just don't see why we force it on future residents.
Councilmember Noble?
I'm looking at the ordinance, and there are 2 different whereases that apply to this. One of them involves sprinklers in townhouses, so that definitely makes sense. And then the other applies to detached single-family dwellings, but it's a particular distance. It's not all single-family dwellings. It's a particular distance. And as I recall, Councilmember Ford, we went with your 8 feet, which is how this reads. So if you could explain to me, Councilmember Ford, why you have changed your view since we discussed this previously.
Because I think that it is an added additional cost. Our current residents don't have this option today. If future residents would like to make this an option in their home, they have the choice to do so at the front end of buying their house. But to require it on single family, and I didn't take out the townhomes. I only spoke about removing the single family requirement, making it an option. That's where I stand on this ordinance.
And what about the distance? What was the distance that
The
you?
distance was something that, at the time, there was a discussion about, well, would you go for this or go for that? And no, I am against requiring sprinklers and being one of 3 cities in the state that require it. I also know you have to have that system inspected on a certain basis, and the fire department's going to have to do those inspections. Chief, can you tell me what how often that sprinkler system has to be inspected by the fire department?
Sure. So the initial installation has to be inspected, and what we're looking at is inspected by the building department underneath the plumbing code. Other than that, it would be an education program that the fire department would overtake to assist individuals that have these in there to do their annual inspection. So this is something.
It would be annual. They'd have an annual inspection.
Yes, but we would not have to do that ourselves. The homeowner can do that. There are more than 3 cities and municipalities that have residential fire sprinklers. The city of Westminster, the city of Superior, Boulder County does, and there is also Colorado Springs that have these requirements. Some of them have townhouse only, like the city of Boulder's townhouse only, so there is more than just 3 that have
Right.
it in
Well,
some
and
metro area.
based on what I said in my amendment, the residential piece for single-family detached. I didn't mention the townhomes. And based on that, and after the questions that were asked at the last time that we had this before us, the only one that could be noted was Boulder and Westminster on the residential side. So I'll stick with my amendment to remove the residential piece as a requirement and make it an option.
Councilmember Hurst.
Also wanted to just discuss a potential compromise, similar to what we're hearing, but I thought one of the things that we were really leaning towards when we had this discussion over the last 2 years was if you sheetrock the joists in your basement, there's not as much of a need for this or whatever. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But to me, it seemed like for most of the conversation, we were going one or the other, and that was kind of the option for the builder. You either, take care and sheetrock the floor joists in the basement, or you put sprinklers on. My proposal would be, as a compromise, let's do that. Let's either make it one or the other. I could sheetrock my basement ceiling in 2 hours for about $500. That's really where granted, I've done sheetrock, so that's a little different, but it's just much more manageable to me, and I'm sure it's less impactful than the sprinkler system. But if we can do an either or, that's like the compromise that I was hoping to get out of tonight, is that we need to have an option, from my opinion, and that option could still protect us. We still are not completely overlooking safety, and if you sheetrock the joists in the basement, I would say that or sprinklers as a compromise.
Yeah, and I can explain, excuse me, I can explain the sheetrock part of it. Underwriter Laboratories did tests on the new pre-engineered floor joists compared to the old traditional 2x10 and 2x12. What they found out is fires in unprotected engineered floor joists, they fail within 6 minutes. If you drywall the basement, then you're looking at a 27-minute failure rate on collapse of your floor. So it gives you about a 21-minute leeway there from when it would collapse. So as firefighters or family members living in there, it gives you that extra time to be able to get out without that floor collapsing. The sprinkler system would contain that fire from even getting up to do any damage on that sheetrock or on those floor joists.
And the way the code reads right now is that you are required to sheetrock the underside, like you said, your basement, but it's exempt if you have a sprinkler or if it's 2x10s, 2x12s, if it's dimension lumber. It really only applies to these wood I-joists.
Yeah, the wood I-joists that are OSB and tinder. No, we don't dip them anymore.
Councilmember Noble.
I'm sorry, that threw me. Are you saying there's already this exemption if you do something to your basement?
Correct. If a new house is constructed with an unfinished basement, the way the code reads out of the box is that you must sheetrock the underside of the ceiling, but you don't have to do that if you have dimension lumber as your floor joist or if you've installed a residential sprinkler system.
Okay. And Councilmember Hirsch is sort of saying the opposite of.
No,
of
he
that.
was spot on. Yeah, he was spot on.
Are you saying the same thing, Councilmember Hirsch?
Yeah, I was saying we should keep that. It's an option. If you're going to sheetrock your joist, then you don't need to put, we're not going to force you to put sprinklers in.
Okay, so then therefore no change to this. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? I think this is a challenge because on one hand, you have the fire department who is saying their preference is that we move forward with this requirement to have sprinklers. And you have people who are concerned with cost. And, I think other things that came along in history that drove up the cost of products that we all come to appreciate today, like seat belts, automatic headlights, backup cameras. These were all things whenever they came out and they were required, or before they were required, it drove the cost up. And even now still drives the cost up on a vehicle. The glass that's in your windshield, the glass that's in the side windows, I mean, these are all engineered to make the vehicle that you're traveling in safer. And through time, they've all been adopted as standards and we all move forward with it. And we all recognize that should you wish to buy a car that it has these conveniences, it's gonna cost more money. Should you wish to buy a car that's gonna have these safety features, it's gonna cost more money. And here we sit with the idea that we can enact a standard that can save lives in our community. Is it gonna cost more money? Absolutely. But can we truly put a price on that life? I would say to the family members of the residents who lost their life in a fire in a house, they probably wish that their family member was in a house that had sprinklers. So I don't think I can vote in favor of repealing this amendment, or repealing this provision in favor of this amendment. So have an amendment to ordinance 2480. Okay, you can speak for a fourth time.
All right, I will. Car safety is optional. I can buy a Ford F-150 with 0 safety features on it today, right now. That's because some people can't afford that truck if those options are on it, and now they can't do their work that is necessary to have a truck. So, again, I'm just asking for the option. It's not an easy thing. I want to protect safety too, but I also want to live here in the future. And I'm not just speaking for myself. There's plenty of people who aren't going to be able to afford to live here next year, a lot. And this is going to be part of it.
All right, by that rationale, just because we require sprinklers in new homes doesn't mean somebody cannot afford to live here. They can go buy one of the countless homes that have already been built in this city that don't have the sprinklers if they don't want to pay the money for that standard. So based on the analogy of I can go buy an old Ford F-150 that doesn't have these safety features, somebody can go down there and buy an old home that is 50, 60, 70 years old in this city in order to avoid having to pay for these additional safety features. Thank you very much.
But the
for
house
making
is
my point.
artificially inflated because the house across the
I'm
street that's
sorry,
brand
did you
new is
just cut me off when I
100,000.
was speaking?
You're going to rebuttal me? I mean, that's how it
Well,
works.
then you can wait until you're called on. Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I guess, the question that I ask myself is, we speak about, life and death. Were there any other options that these people could have undertaken that would have saved their lives? We're kind of making extremes here where we know that this would work, but is there anything else that could have prevented these deaths?
No. The houses that the fire deaths were in, they had working smoke alarms. And, you know, they were all compartmentalized where the fires started. So the spread of the fire inside, one of them was in the basement, and it has traditional lumber 2x12s on the flooring. But it spread up through the ductwork, the heating and ventilation ductwork and the smoke overtook them in one. And the other one was started in the room that they were in. And
How
they
did the fires
not-
start? Was there anything that they could have done to prevent those?
There's always something what we can do to prevent those. To talk specifically about each one of those and the cause, I cannot do right now. But there is, you know, old electrical wiring, your housekeeping, basically your open flame devices, your candles, you know, there's different things that we can talk about to have that as not an ignition source for a specific fire. But yes, there's always somewhere that we can look at that we can say this could have been prevented by doing this part. And that's what we try to do on our public education programs.
Yeah, because, you know, the other part that I struggle with is there's been 4 RV fires in my neighborhood. And, you know, just this year alone. And, you know, these are dangerous things that I see every day. And, you know, there's nothing in the code that we can do to address that. And, you know, I just ask, like, everybody here, who's going to go retrofit their home with the sprinkler system after this? You know, who's going to move to one of those new homes that's going to cost you $60,000 more because of this sprinkler system? And, you know, I get it. I know that there's safety, and especially, you know, being part of the fire department, you see things, you know, beyond our comprehension. And so, you know, you preach safety to the maximum, right? Like, you won't stay in a floor above what the ladder can reach. And, you know, you take precautions. But for me, I think it comes down to personal choice. And I think people should have the option to purchase those systems for themselves and make that decision for themselves. You know, because who are we to mandate this and, you know, say you have to pay an extra $20,000 to come live in Commerce City, and now we're competing with Boulder, who doesn't even do single-family residential, and Westminster. And, you know, to me, that's something that is important because I've lived here my entire life. And the fact that I can't afford a home and doing relatively well for myself in the place that I grew up, that bothers me. And what we're doing here is just making things more unattainable. And, you know, I see it in my tax bill down south, where every year it grows exponentially. The value, the hypothetical value of the home grows exponentially. And I see people struggling to make ends meet, just paying that tax burden. And, you know, the direction we're going is same thing. You know, the thing that we don't see is that Commerce City's already been gentrified. It's just you have the suburban up north, and you have the core city. And within that, just look at the population growth and the change in demographics and the change in price and everything else that goes along with gentrification. And this is just another step in that direction, and that's why I can't support this.
I just wanted to reiterate, the cost of a fire sprinkler system was around $8,000, not the 60, but I understand with everything else going on, that it adds up.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. So I can't access the ordinance because I can't get into the internet, but I believe this was for homes that are closer together with the spacing requirement. And so when we talked about this, we were thinking of the Marshall Fire and what happened there, the houses being closer together, and how that ended in many people losing their homes. And so with thinking back with what the ordinance was originally meant to do was to protect the homes that are closer together. I can't support the amendment either. I believe that any life is worth the money that you might have to spend to save it. So I really appreciate you being here and having the input, but I want to support the original ordinance, but I won't be supporting the amendment because it was put in to protect people to start out with. So, thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you. Hey, Chief, I just want to make sure I understand this. I heard from Councilmember Hurst as well say something about the sheetrock option. It sounds like that's an option as well over sprinkler system. Is that right? Did I hear that correct?
It's not either or. You don't have to put the sheetrock in if you have a sprinkler system. It's not meant to say that the house has the equivalent level of safety with a sheetrocked floor if you don't have a sprinkler system. That's not what that's saying. It's what we call this in the trade is trade-offs. If you put a sprinkler system in, we'll relax other things within the code, and the sheetrock is just one of those relaxations.
What I was trying to convey was the reason for the sheetrock on the pre-engineered flooring was to give that extra time before that floor all of a sudden collapses. That's what I was trying to explain, that a pre-engineered floor without the sheetrock is about 6 minutes when there's a fire underneath of it. You put the sheetrock on top of it and it extends it to about 27 minutes, so you're getting that extra time before that floor just collapses. That's what I was trying to explain.
So saying either or, sheetrock or sprinkler system is not an option, basically, or?
If you have a sprinkler system, you don't need the sheetrock.
Correct.
But once again, sheetrock on the floor does not equal a sprinkler system for the level of safety.
Understood. Okay. Understood. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I got, Mayor. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? All right, have an amendment, motion and a second to amend ordinance 2480 to remove the single-family home requirement for sprinkler systems. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And that is going to fail 6-3. All right, is there any other discussion on ordinance 2480? Motion and a second to pass ordinance 2480 by Councilor Seidel on second and final reading. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2480, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Residential Code, IRC, with city-centric amendments. Your vote is open.
That one's going to pass 6-3. All right, last up, we have ordinance 2488. Councilmember Hurst.
Let's just vote to approve it.
Okay, seeing no discussion, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt ordinance 2488 by Councilor Seidel in second and final reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt ordinance 2488 by Councilor Seidel on second and final reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2488, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 10 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, which details the adoption of the 2021 International Fire Code, IFC, with city-centric amendments. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. All right, we're going to now move on to our public hearings. Earlier in the meeting, the agenda was amended to continue the public hearing for Resolution 2023-062 to June 5th. This public hearing will not be heard tonight. We're going to move on to the Waste Connections conditional use permit for recycling facilities. This is a public hearing on case CUP 130-23. I will remind council of the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you will vote. You're not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. You should rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record, and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time, I'll invite the interim city attorney to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, this time I will open the public hearing. And I'm going to invite Libby Tart, city planner, to present.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here to present case CU 130-23, which the applicant is Waste Connections. They are asking for a conditional use permit and a development plan that is associated with it. And the location is 4150 East 60th Avenue. So the applicant request is to ask for a large-scale recycling facility on an I-3 property that is 16.9 acres, which is in a heavy industrial district. Waste Connections is currently located at 5500 Franklin Street in Denver, Colorado, and is looking to expand their operations with an exclusive recycling facility with a materials recovery facility and scale house in this location. 3 existing buildings are going to be remaining on the site and will be repurposed for offices and storage, and 6 structures will be demolished. So the vicinity map on your screen shows the hatch-marked area that is outlined in teal, and that is the location for the Waste Connections site. It is located in an I-3 zone, as I stated before. It's surrounded by I-3 zone district properties, and the PUD orange property to the west is Suncor, directly across. This is an aerial view of the site. The site actually sits on 16.9 acres and has a portion of the Sand Creek Trail on it. And so the applicant is actually dedicating an easement to the trail so that our Parks and Open Space Department can own and maintain that. And you can see Suncor's facilities directly across to the west of the Sand Creek Trail. So the conditional use permit itself, Waste Connections is indicating that they have 60 employees that will be on the site. A portion of the employees will be office employees that will be designated in some of the existing structures that they're repurposing, along with people that are in the materials facility itself. All of the material will be screened inside the building. It will come in on a truck inside the materials handling or materials recovery facility. And the applicant will be inspecting the site daily, including the surrounding area of their property and the Sand Creek Trail itself. But the site will be continuously manned by trained personnel, and the processing of all the materials will be interior. So staff has indicated that the applicant meets Chapter 15's goal of environmental conservation within our comprehensive plan by actually supporting waste diversion and recycling and partnering with private companies to reduce our waste within the city, as well as repurposing a former brownfield site for infill development. So on your screen, I wanted to indicate what the new buildings are. So there's the 71,600 square foot new materials recovery facility, and then the scale house that will be intaking and outtaking the material, as well as the repurposing of the existing structures in orange. And you can see the green of the Sand Creek Trail throughout. So the building elevations for the new large-scale materials recovery facility are comprised of brick, of CMU, and of brick, CMU, and other assorted materials. They're in neutral palette colors of browns and grays. So as of today, the public comment that was received on the case were actually 2 letters of support. One was from AC Rep, and the other was from the Front Range Waste Diversion Enterprise Board of Directors. So in staff's analysis, we find that this request is in line with the comprehensive plan and the sustainability action plan that was recently in front of you. We find that it supports the goals of waste diversion, adaptive reuse, and repurposing of the brownfield site. We also find that Waste Connections is expanding their operations and creating greater economic development opportunities within the city. Planning Commission found this application meets all of the approval criteria as outlined in Section 213230 of the Land Development Code, and it found it subject to 6 conditions that I'll go over. So the PC recommendation actually added 3 conditions onto the original 3 conditions that were recommended, but the Planning Commission voted 5-0 for approval, for a recommendation of approval to all of you. So the 3 conditions that were originally recommended by staff are preventative health, safety, and welfare pieces that are conditions that support our fire department and our health department. And staff, Planning Commission, and the applicant find these acceptable. And then the following 3 conditions of approval were recommended by Planning Commission, and that was more of a reinforcement that the applicant wouldn't create any additional outdoor storage, that the site would be kept clean, and that all recycling processes would be conducted inside. So staff, Planning Commission, and the applicant find these acceptable as well. And so, staff, Planning Commission, and the applicant are all recommending approval of this conditional use permit with associated development plan. And staff is available to answer any questions. The applicant is also here to speak and make a presentation as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate the presentation. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Dare.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. You mentioned the fire department. Did they sign off on the access for this? Because while there's 2 points of access, access from the west has a low railroad bridge, so a fire truck couldn't get through there. And I know it's a requirement of fire department to have 2 points of access. So were they in agreement?
I know that our Public Works Department is recommending approval and that CDOT is as well, because this is a CDOT accessed road. But I will defer to our professional staff for that answer.
Councilman Madera, I will say that the fire department commented on the fire lanes, gating, access, hydrant locations, and the building requirements. So they were a part of the review and did comment, and all of their comments were addressed.
And they didn't have any comment on the access?
Any comments that they had made were incorporated, and they found this final plan that you see to be acceptable. There were no additional comments on this particular layout.
Okay, yeah, I just struggle because to the east, there's also a railroad track, so if that's blocked, there will be no access for any fire safety other than, you know, a normal size pickup truck. The other question that I had was, the traffic study doesn't address those access constraints. So in regards with the low railroad bridge on the west side of 60th, or the railroad track to the east, and it's a sharp turn. So I know, based off of the traffic study, they're expecting to have, you know, upwards of 100 trucks daily. Can the trucks safely make that maneuver without crossing lanes, or are they gonna have to, you know, stop and wait for oncoming traffic and cross those lanes to make that left-hand turn coming from the east side of 60th?
We do have our city engineer here, and the traffic study was also reviewed by the city's traffic engineer, the traffic study. And so we will, planning staff will defer to Mr. Poe, the city engineer, to answer the traffic study questions, if that pleases the council.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Councilmember, that radius is appropriate for the trucks to be able to turn that through there.
So making a right-hand turn out, they'll be fine in the current two-lane configuration?
They probably will have to wait for traffic, if there is traffic on East 60th, to be able to make that turn out of the facility.
And then, do we take into consideration, you know, currently, when you're at that intersection at 60th and Vasquez, it takes several lights to go through. Are there any, you know, near-term improvements that are planned to address that? I know we have long-term plan with CDOT.
Correct. We don't have any short-term improvements planned. The traffic study did estimate about 85 trucks a day to be through that, that are going to be accessing that site and leaving the site. The condition, as everybody know, that intersection is very congested. But the plans with CDOT to start construction in the spring of 2025 will improve that intersection. The traffic that is going to be generated from the trucks, they actually will be leaving outside of the peak times for that facility and for the roadway network. So it's not going to be during the peak times, they'll be during the off-peak. So we feel like that it's not going to be much of a detriment for them.
And I didn't see this in the traffic study, but is there something on there about railroad traffic and how that'll impact, you know, that intersection specifically on 60th?
No, I don't believe they looked at the amount of trains that, and I'll defer to the traffic engineer, but I don't believe, they just have to work with the trains like everybody else on the roadway network does.
Okay, and then my final question is, you know, based off history with recycling centers, we've experienced several fires. So was that taken into account into this conditional use permit? And is there any mitigations in place for fire safety?
I'm not familiar with the site itself, but as Ms. Libby talked about earlier, that they did have the opportunity to review the site plan. We didn't get any comments. This will be a sprinkled fire suppression facility that will provide that additional safety for the, if in the event of a fire.
Thank you, that's all my questions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this is a staff question, and eventually I would like to ask the presenters, but I'm just curious, like with staff and the current owners, this is in my ward, and I drive by there quite often, and it's very upsetting that there's poor upkeep around the area, and I'm just curious why now all of a sudden, if we include another building, how are we going to be ensured that this property is going to be kept up? Because with recycling, you're also going to have increased trash, et cetera, and it's in very poor upkeep now. And I think, it's a failure to the city that the city isn't enforcing that they keep the property up now, and why are we waiting until another building comes? And I just want to know, what insurance are we going to have that they upkeep this property with increased trash?
Councilwoman Allen Thomas, thank you for that question. The applicant has added these additional conditions as well as Planning Commission about upkeep and an assurance that the site will be clean of debris. They have also indicated this in their operations plan, that they will have a daily maintenance schedule where they will survey the site and send staff out to ensure that the debris is managed and taken off, so that it is not a nuisance. Code enforcement at the moment does not have any outstanding tickets. And I believe that the applicant can provide a little more comment about the way that they're attempting to or trying to keep up with the property at the moment, but they currently can't operate on the property in the condition that it is, which is why they're proposing this conditional use permit, because they are not allowed to operate as a large-scale recycling facility on this property at this time.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just bring this up with the owner, but also, like, the gate is currently open on the property, and there's a lot of trash being dumped in there currently, too. So, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for staff? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. How close is this to the current recycling? It's waste management?
So this map almost shows it. So simply further to the west is where the waste management facility is. Gosh.
I feel like it's off the map.
I agree, it would be off the map. I'm trying to see.
In kind of the upper, just to the kind of northwest of here.
A quarter mile, probably?
I'm trying to.
I know, I'm trying to see the scale. I
I'm
believe
so
it's about-
sorry. I'm not a laser pointer girl. Okay, here we go. I think it is up in this general vicinity, but it would be off the map.
That's correct.
But you think probably about a quarter mile?
That's my guess, looking at this map, but
That's all you can do
That's-
right now.
I know, that
don't
sounds
expect you to be exact.
reasonable, Councilwoman Douglas. Thank you.
so the waste management is on the north side of 270, on the west side of Brighton, right there.
And so there have been quite a few fires at the waste management site. Do you know what those are because of? I mean, what caused them? What the circumstances were, I guess?
We don't have that information about any incidents at waste management. For this particular request, we could say that the operation will be conducted inside of a building, and we do have that proposed condition that a mitigation, let me use the exact wording. There we go. A fire mitigation and emergency preparedness plan would be provided to both the fire department as well as community development staff to have on file. So that's sort of where we are in terms of this particular facility, but I'm sure the applicant will give more details, but my understanding is it does operate significantly differently than our existing waste management facility does.
And the trucks that would be going in and out, I would assume they'd be large-scale vehicles?
I'll let the applicant talk about their actual operation rather than guessing.
Okay.
Yes, we'll defer to the applicant about the particular type
Size
of
of
truck.
vehicles.
But I do know that the fire department very much so wanted to keep note number 8 Note number A in the conditions of approval, just as a extra protection.
And there's only one entrance and exit that will handle large-scale vehicles, is that correct?
They have 2 points of access, and there will be a circulation route that I think they can better explain about how vehicles enter into the materials resource facility and come out. But that is where the trucks will enter and exit, and then they will be weighed in at the scale house. The employees that will comprise more of the trips per day will be in the regular parking spaces where the orange buildings are located on the map.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you. Honestly, I'm concerned about the environmental concerns too. It says that it is a site selection was proximate to the Front Range water waste shed. So what are they doing to also see flood mitigation or the floodplain itself too? It's not just fires, but that it's right there by the creek and the river there. Is there any type of restorative measures that they have? Because they're touting themselves as a green industry too.
Correct. So, Councilwoman Chacon, thank you for that question. The applicant is actually providing reassurances through a floodplain permit that they are working through with the Department of Public Works. So I will defer to a little bit more of the engineering questions that way. But Mile High Flood District finds this location acceptable, and they have worked through all of the concerns and questions that Mile High has. So, but I will let Sean Poe, our city engineer and interim Public Works Director, answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Cohn. The building that's going to be constructed is going to be above the base flood elevation for the 100-year storm event. But the applicant has told us that there's not going to be any of the trash facilities in the floodplain itself. Most of all the operations will be taking place in the MRF or the MRF for the processing of the trash. So they've got ways that they keep the refuse contained so that it doesn't get into the floodplain and then off into the waters. Yep.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'd like to invite the applicant forward to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Barry Jensen. I'm the Government Affairs Manager with Waste Connections of Colorado, and I will try my best to answer all your questions throughout the presentation, but if I do not, hold on to them and we can get to them right at the end. So just want to start by saying that Waste Connections, we operate about 44 states and 6 provinces in Canada. We own or operate just over 70 of these facilities across North America. So it's nothing new to our business and what we do. We've deployed a lot of these, again, the state-of-the-art facility, for 50 of these units across facilities across North America. We employ about 23,000 people across our company, 800 of those in Colorado, and 70 currently in Commerce City in our yard off of 104th, and then overall 200 in Adams County. And we serve millions of residents across the Front Range and in Colorado every day. Real quick, just talk about sustainability with Waste Connections. It's something that's extremely important to our company and to our people and to the communities that we serve. We strive to increase our waste or recycling recovery by over 50%. And how do we do that? With a lot of these state-of-the-art recycling facilities. And that's really what it is. A material recovery facility is a recycling facility. And hope to kind of clarify a little bit, it is not a transfer station such as what you see across the road with our competitor. This is a recycling processing facility, not a waste transfer station. And so, with this, and what we're trying to obtain from council today is the approval of our conditional use permit in this state-of-the-art, nation-leading technology in recycling. So yes, we stated in there that yes, this is proximal to the Front Range waste shed. And what we mean by that is that this is where a lot of the solid waste, which includes trash, recycling, compost, items such as that's where a lot of it is. It's in the Denver metro area. It's around Commerce City. This is where a majority of the solid waste and recyclables are being generated. And so when we say it's proximal to the waste shed, it means that, hey, we're close. We're doing this as sustainable as possible. We're not putting this somewhere, where we have to truck it 600 miles to process this material. And really, this is a green industrial project, right? And we really believe and know that this will elevate the industrial uses in Commerce City. It's unlike anything that currently exists in Commerce City as it relates to recycling and sustainability. And really, really important is it's the use of this, and I know it's been brought up by Councilwoman Allen Thomas, is that it's an abandoned, derelict site that hasn't been used in a long time. We would love to utilize this facility for a sustainable future in recycling. And so yes, a lot of what you've seen at the site today, which we have been working, we take our trash trucks over there and we get it cleaned up, and we had landscapers come out. But unfortunately, it's been being used. We would like to use it. And so, although you've already seen this site plan, it's really important to see that the proposed use of this site would be extremely beneficial for this site and for the community in general as it relates to recycling and sustainability. And of course, with the facility design, but I really wanted to show you the inside, because that's the important piece of this project, is that all the activity, the recycling, will be conducted indoors. The vehicles bring in the material, it's dropped off inside, it's loaded inside, it's then sent through an amazing amount of the most innovative technology in recycling, artificial intelligence, not through the use of hand sorters that we typically see in a traditional recycling facility, all the way to the point where it's baled and then shipped out to market. In here you can see a lot of the conveyors, the dust extraction system on the top, everything is going to be indoors. And of course the technology, which is going to be the most advanced that we have in recycling today, to where a typical hand sorter or human being can process about 30 to 40 picks per minute out of the stream, where whether it's the AI robots or the optical sorters, which are the primary component of this facility, will do about 500 picks per minute and can learn up to 1,000 picks per minute. So it's the most advanced technology that we have in recycling today, and we'd love to bring that to Commerce City. But I know this has been brought up a lot today in general, is safety. Safety is the number one value of Waste Connections. It's our culture. It's who we are. And so I want to bring up a couple things that we're doing internally within this facility that really encompass that. And what it really comes down to at the end of the day is that our culture of safety is based upon the principle that our people are our greatest asset. They're the most important piece. They do the work, not me. I'm just right here. Our people do the work, and so that's important to us. Some of the safety features, and we'll get into them a little more in depth, but firewalls, dust extraction systems, ensuring that we're not just throwing out fugitive air emissions. Again, an important part of this all being conducted indoors. And of course, a lot of it's going to be controlled at the site with the less amount of human contact inside of the facility. And just to kind of, hopefully this will help cover the area of fire suppression. Yes, we have met the requirements for fire code in our facility with the water coming down, but that's not enough for us. This is a $50 million investment that we're looking at here, one of the largest investments in a green industrial project in Commerce City. And so, for safety, we are going to put in a state-of-the-art fire suppression system that before the water even comes on, this will have detected that. It's running 24/7, and we utilize a biodegradable foam to put out the fire before the water even comes on. And going into the traffic assessment, the traffic study ultimately concluded that it would be minimal impact, including the intersections, and that, yes, we'd have about 452 vehicles on average, a majority of those being, our employees, vendors, so pickup trucks, SUVs, cars, and about 85 of those will be, whether it's a recycling truck or, yes, a transfer truck, which are the larger ones, but about 40 to 60 of those 85 will be the recycle trucks that you see day in, day out, operating in and around Commerce City, with about upwards of 20 of those being the big transfer trucks that I think we're all thinking of at this time. And again, one of the really important pieces is that these trucks aren't going to be sitting in traffic at those peak hours. These are operating all throughout the day. These are going to be spread out throughout the entire day of the operation. And so that's an important piece to keep in mind when we're thinking about traffic. It's less than a 2% impact to traffic. We have an updated environmental impact assessment that was conducted. The Public Health Department issued a positive response letter to what we had submitted. I know Libby talked about it as well, but in the installation of methane detectors inside the building for proactive monitoring. And of course, really important piece, right? The creation of a materials handling plan to ensure that the proactive handling of materials during the construction of the facility. Some of the operational highlights that we have, this isn't going to be anything that's just out there crazy. Our facility operating hours will be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. with office staff hours from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Another important piece, all operations conducted indoors, right, per the set conditions. We're looking at about the creation of about 60 jobs internally at Waste Connections as FTEs for this facility. But really the most important piece is that we're going to have a full-time site manager there, trained personnel, because that's the important piece, that we're being safe, that we're taking care of the facility, that we're taking care of the community. So we're going to have the personnel there trained that know what they're doing to make sure that this is a nation-leading facility here in Commerce City. Some of the economic benefits. Overall, we expect over 90 jobs created just by this facility being built, with wages of up to $125,000 a year, because we're not having those hand sorters, low-wage, dangerous jobs. We have people that are working on this artificial intelligence that is doing the separating of these materials, and they do it very, very well. And just the environmental benefits. I mean, this is going to expand the recycling and increase waste diversion across Colorado. It's an important thing to us. It's an extremely important piece to our customers. And so, this is a positive investment here in Commerce City, here in Colorado, for recycling and waste diversion. One of I really like is we're going to plant 560 new trees, shrubs, and ornamental grasses at this site by the time it's up and running. I know we had some pictures, and I know Councilwoman Allen Thomas, you've seen the site. We have high expectations of we know what this is going to look like, and that it's going to look amazing. And it's going to look amazing in Commerce City. And again, using the most advanced recycling technology in the world today, making this one of the most advanced recycling facilities, absolutely in Colorado, but for sure, at least in the western part of the United States, is really exciting. And so we know that with this site coming into Commerce City, that Commerce City will be recognized as a leader in innovation in waste technologies and recycling and waste diversion. And of course, we know that this would attract more green businesses throughout support of green projects such as this. And so ultimately, we're requesting approval of the conditional use permit on this nation-leading facility, because we see this as a great opportunity for us, for Commerce City, to be on the leading edge of recycling technology, and through this partnership with us together, we can increase waste diversion in the state. And so with that, I know there's questions. And so be happy to open it up. If I cannot answer it, I have all of the knowledge in the world behind me. So would love to answer any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. I would like specific information about the materials to ensure that you're not taking in toxic materials or tires, that kind of thing. Materials has been the general term used throughout, so could you say what it is that you actually take in?
So I hate to say this, but coming back to the materials handling plan, that's an important piece. This is single stream recycling. This is bottles, paper, cardboard, containers, anything that you would see in your general recycling. This is not hazardous material. And we'd have a plan to ensure that those materials are not coming in. We do similar stuff at our landfills. There's not a lot of things that are, there's a lot of things that aren't acceptable at landfills, tires. And we do a lot through that education, through waste screening, through the training that I was discussing earlier to ensure that those kinds of hazardous waste do not show up. And if they do, there is a plan. And we have the resources, whether those are locally or elsewhere, to ensure that those get to where they need to be so that they are recycled, especially if they're hazardous materials, correctly and responsibly. Hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you. And once it comes out the other end of the equipment, what is it and where does it go?
So typically, so the artificial intelligence is separating these recyclables into their own specific, whether it's, plastic containers over here, glass over here, it's separating those out into their own. They're then baled up and then placed on a truck and then shipped out to an end market. We have a large contract with Georgia Pacific, and we take those, I don't do it, but we have relationships with them and contracts with them to sell that material. And so one of the benefits of the artificial intelligence is that it does such a fantastic job at separating this material that we get the best value for this recyclables that we are selling.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. But I'm just a few questions. First, why don't you upkeep the property now, currently?
Thank you for your question, Mayor Pro Tem. So we currently are upkeeping the property. I just went and looked at it today and saw that there was some brush sitting out in the front. We've over and over again placed locks and chains with continuous over and over again break-ins. Again, we're not allowed to necessarily occupy the facility at this time, but we can assure you that that is something that is extremely important to us, especially after this $50 million investment, the inclusion of all these shrubs that will ensure happens at all times.
Okay, because our residents, as well as business owners, but it's even the residents are required to upkeep their property. As even you're making an investment, but like I said, it's disturbing that you don't upkeep the property now, and it's even more disturbing that I did a ward tour with the mayor and our city manager and other staff, and I thought pictures were going to be taken and sent to you guys from code enforcement, and that hasn't been enforced because this, has been a sore site for years, and I hope if this passes that you guys do upkeep that property because it still currently looks horrible. The wires hanging out of an electrical thing, and I thought, like I said, staff was going to notify you that there were code enforcement violations.
And thank you. Yes, we did work with code enforcement on that. That was we had spoken with code enforcement the same day as we reported a break-in, and we were able to remedy that situation before the time. We had it cleaned up. Like I said earlier, had landscapers out there to ensure that it was up to code enforcement standards, and it was.
Okay, so I thought, but staff question, I thought staff said there wasn't any code enforcement reports, because I didn't see it on the spreadsheet, the action item form.
There's nothing outstanding.
So just a point of clarification, ma'am, is the question with respect to the application at hand or the existing condition?
Were there any code enforcement violations since the time the mayor and yourself and other staff took my ward tour? Were they issued any code enforcement citations?
I can't speak to that, ma'am, but I would, with respect to the matter before you, I would, ask the gentleman before you about, obviously, there's the existing issue and how they plan on continuing to mitigate or address that going forward. But we don't have that for a condition outside of this application.
No, but that's
Heavy.
not what I'm asking. There's no staff here that can tell me, since that ward tour, were there any violations? Because I was told, from what I recall, pictures were taken and there were violations. So I would like to know that first. Because weren't you you were with me on the tour, correct?
Yes, ma'am. So I guess we're just to be straight, given that we have an application pertaining to the CUP, the question with respect to existing conditions about code enforcement do not relate to what's before you. So what I would say is that we can follow up with you pertaining to that.
Okay, I feel it does relate because I want to know first, ensure, since they previously weren't taking care of their property, are they going to commit to that? So I want it on the record that they didn't take care of their property, and I want that question answered. Were there code enforcement violations since the tour with the mayor and yourself and myself?
Councilwoman Allen Thomas, I'm unsure what date that tour occurred, but I do know that code enforcement did enforce on the property and gave the applicant a notice, and they cleaned up their property sometime at the end of March, early April, before they went to Planning Commission. So I know that they did receive one notice, but they are not in violation at present, as far as I know.
Yeah, because our tour was April 22nd, and just so you know, in your previous presentation, you said there were no code enforcement violations, correct?
So the Planning Commission met on April 18th, and as of that date, they had resolved one violation that I was aware of as staff.
Okay, so Mr. Rogers, so since April 26th, didn't staff take pictures and notify the mayor and myself that there were violations?
I'd have to speak to staff, honestly, ma'am, to see where they stood with getting that communication out.
So no staff is here tonight, because like I said, it's disturbing. We did I don't know, Mayor, if you recall, but during that tour, which is after the 18th, there were violations, and I recall pictures were taken, et cetera. So I will go on from that, but I just don't think it's right. You know, I was informed that it would be put on the action item report sheet, and pictures were taken, and there were cited violations. And I believe, Trish, you were there as well, who's the manager of code enforcement.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may just clarify what I believe was Mr. Rogers' the point earlier with respect to the criteria for the hearing, just so the record's clear on what we're discussing and what factor it may be relevant or not relevant to. In section 21-3230 of the Land Development Code is the approval criteria for a conditional use permit, and it discusses when that permit may be granted, and the criteria is, I'm not going to read it unless you'd like me to, but the criteria there are all related to the use at issue in that essentially future use of the property, as opposed to kind of the past history. So just so we're clear on the record with respect to the particular hearing, the information is obviously a separate issue, but.
All right, okay, and I do think this is a future issue possibly too, because like I said, I just want it noted, and I will move on, that they didn't take care of the property before, and now, how are we going to ensure they're going to take care of it once it's there? Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a couple of questions, I guess more so about the staff. So the staff there, according to University of Colorado, it says here that regarding safety for workers, I mean, what type of safety measures do you guys have in place for the workers with regards to chemical exposures, combustible dust explosions, machine guarding hazards and such? What do you guys have currently now? What will you be implementing?
We have a very robust safety and maintenance program as relates to that. Again, we won't necessarily have very many inside of the building. It'll be mostly conducted by the artificial intelligence. But we have monthly safety meetings that we conduct on just those things and items. We do, I mean, and feel free to jump in if you'd like, but safety is a constant topic at Waste Connections. It's the fifth most dangerous job in the United States. Safety is not a part of doing business. Again, it's part of our culture. We talk about it daily. It's more than just doing the monthly safety meetings. Those are important to get some really good information.
I'm trying to understand what safety items, I guess you could say, or materials do you guys actually have in place then for the workers that'll be working there?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Good evening. My name's Mark Adams. I'm the engineering manager for Waste Connections, based in Englewood, 304 Inverness Way Parkway South in Englewood. So to the question on on safety precautions and procedures, first of all, we implement a stringent PPE, personal protective equipment plan for our employees. That's part of the standard onboarding process. And we have a rigorous training program throughout the year that's refreshed every year with various mandatory elements. And in addition to tailgate, if you like, safety meetings and other refresher training. So some of those training elements are specialized for the job function specifically, whether it's somebody that's involved in the maintenance of the equipment or otherwise literally physically working with the materials themselves. But Waste Connections has, as a company, a leading safety record in the industry, and we're very proud of it. That is utmost and uncompromising. In terms of the additional procedures, given that this is state-of-the-art equipment, as part of the $22 million of equipment in this building, guardrails and other safety and protective means separating workers from mechanical items, electrical risk is inherent as part of the design process. So it's very well thought through, and hopefully that addresses the question.
It does. Thank you very much for that. And the other question I got too is, so I know Colorado, as more of a statement too, I know Colorado last year I think was considered like one of the worst states when it comes to recycling. I think last year they were at 15% compared to the national average of 32-ish% or something like that. My question then, as far as with Waste Management being, as you say, the leading company essentially, what are you guys doing differently to, or potentially doing your best to actually get this promoted out there even more, to have people recycling more and all?
Yeah, it's an excellent question and a difficult challenge in this state, but rather than going to an extensive list of reasons why, fundamentally there's a lot of disposal capacity in the state of Colorado, which means that disposal rates are pretty low. And it makes it difficult for companies like Waste Connections and our competitors to get a foothold on diversion aspects, businesses like this, but with the support of some stakeholders, and from what we're hearing with the communities that we serve, it's absolutely expected now for us to step up to the plate and offer this. So times are pretty rough right now in the commodities market. I don't know if you follow it, but it's a pretty rough time to be recycling. We have the balance sheet and the broad strength as a vertically integrated business here in Colorado to be able to handle those more difficult periods. But this is where we're going. It's important for not just Waste Connections, but the City of Commerce, the State of Colorado, the CDPHE, and our competitors to work together to follow through on these sorts of projects and start to make a dent in recycling waste diversion.
Copy that. Thank you all. And last question too, I think, and just to tie it back into what this is about. So the trucks themselves, they're what type of fuel do they take? Gas or diesel, or is it?
Yeah. So the sort of vehicles, the majority of the vehicles that are bringing the feedstock, which are the pre-sorted recycled materials to this facility, are typically these commercial packer trucks.
I'm asking what type of, yeah.
Increasingly, so most of them today are conventionally diesel powered, but bit by bit we're switching over to compressed natural gas. We actually have an electric truck, right, that's being piloted. It's on the street here in Colorado. So we are transitioning over to alternative fuels. But what you'll see from our own trucks coming into the facility, as well as other vehicles that are bringing recyclable materials for processing and off to market, still today, obviously, as you see on the road, the majority are the diesel powered.
Thank you very much. That's all I got. Thank you.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I have a few additional questions that came up during your presentation. I think one you've already answered, but just to confirm, you won't be recycling like scrap metal at this plant, having people just bring in metal, or will you?
Yeah, that's correct. You're talking about bulk scrap metal, correct? Yes, we will not be accepting sort of that industrial bulk metal. However, for you and I that have, steel, aluminum, cans, and you put them into your recycle container, put that out on the street, those materials will be coming to this facility, and we will sort those and get them to market.
Okay, so, residents can take recyclable items to the facility?
Yes, sir. It'll be a public use facility.
And that's considered in the traffic count?
Yeah, I think that we consider it an incidental number, because the most efficient way for recyclables to be collected by residents and businesses is obviously to put it out at the curb. But if we have some keen residents that want to bring it by, we're not going to turn them
You'd
around.
be surprised how popular it is around here. With that being said, is there something being done to minimize the staging from spilling over into the right-of-way?
In terms of trucks and vehicles backing up onto 60th?
Yeah,
Yeah, we actually strategically placed our scale house and scales to allow for any sort of backup of vehicles. So we thought that through pretty carefully. We also will have 2 scales, not 1. So if we see any sort of queuing, we have the option to use an additional scale if it's necessary.
Okay, and then I'll ask you, since you're probably more familiar with the traffic study. Was there a train traffic study done, and how is that going to impact? Because you guys will be using rail cars, correct, with that spur?
So I'm not an expert as it relates to traffic. I'm going to call up Eli with JR Engineering to answer your specific traffic questions, if that's okay.
Hi, Eli Farney, JR Engineering, traffic engineer. We did not specifically analyze train crossing events on 60th Avenue. The daily volumes on 60th Avenue are fairly low. They're like in the 4,500 range. So by the time we add in the additional 450 vehicles per day for the Waste Connections project, I would anticipate no degraded operations at the train crossings.
Okay, and then, I saw one of the supplemental slides address this with signage, but what is being done to, divert traffic away from that low bridge? Because I know the BNSF, I think that's their bridge, would love a new bridge at the expense of someone else. So is there a plan in place to make sure that, we don't get any trucks, oversized trucks trying to go through?
We're looking at improved signage along 60th Avenue to really promote that truck traffic to utilize Vasquez and come in from the east.
So I guess my fear is, you punch it into Google Maps and, Google Maps doesn't know the size of your truck, so they're gonna route you the quickest way. So what's being done on the west side?
Again, we're looking at promoting all the trucks to utilize Vasquez. And you guys have anything else?
So it'll only be your trucks, I guess, oversized trucks?
Yeah, probably two things here. One is that the vast majority of the customers are going to be regular customers that are routed vehicles, bringing materials from Commerce City and surrounding areas to the facility. So they will be, obviously well informed. There is signage, obviously, indicating that route that you speak to on the low bridge. What I don't know is whether it was necessary to put any additional signage to the current signage that's there already. That was not a comment that we had received.
Yeah, we looked at just improving the signage for the curves, but the low bridge signage that's there currently is appropriate.
Okay. Yeah, just worries me because it's a delicate bridge made with railroad ties, and it's always kind of scary driving under that. The other one came from your environmental slide. So you mentioned biodegradable foam, and we've been sold magic fire retarding foam before. So, what is it made of, and can you guarantee that it won't have any impacts in the future?
You have no idea how much time I spend on PFAS issues in my line of work. So, the foams that we're talking about are non-PFAS perfluoroalkyl compound foams. There's this category of compounds called forever chemicals. This doesn't utilize any of those materials.
So what does it utilize?
So I'm not quite sure what the foaming agent is to mask to inhibit oxygen to the flame. I don't know what this I've not seen the specific SDS. I just know it's not a PFAS material. Does anyone?
Okay, but you can guarantee that it's not going to have any environmental impacts down the road?
I'm not familiar intimately with the SDS, but in terms of specifically, does it include this classification of compounds? It does not. But it's the other thing, and I know it was touched on earlier, is that while we will follow the fire code to the letter as it relates to the overhead sprinkler systems, the most critical part of our fire suppression program are the strategic detectors to look for any sort of indication of heat or smoke so that should there be any change in heat or evidence of smoke, that potential fire is attacked right away. Because once, if it has the time to manifest itself, that can be a problem. So we have, at many of our facilities, we have used a company called FireOver that uses a 24/7 monitoring system at our installations, but not just that. They use FLIR system, which is infrared imaging system, together with smoke detectors to look for any indication of heat, flame, and attack it immediately. So the goal is the fire suppression system doesn't actually kick on at all. If it does kick on, yeah, it'll put out the fire, but it can do an awful lot of damage to the equipment, and also there are other risks. But I bring that up because in terms of the quantity of the material also that would be used to fight the fire, the whole intent of this technology that we've employed at our material recovery facilities is to get it immediately as opposed to let it develop.
Has that SDS been provided to staff?
I don't think so, but we can certainly provide it.
Could you please provide that and
Yes, sir.
ask staff to review it? And then finally, what is the energy resource usage? How much electricity, water are you guys using, and where's that coming from?
It's essentially a dry facility. So the materials, the pre-sorted materials come in dry. There's no chemical or biological processes involved. It's mechanical processing. So there's very limited water in the building itself. In terms of power, there's a significant power demand for the equipment. I don't know offhand what that megawatt power is. Does anyone? Yeah, it runs at about 2.2 megawatts. When it's fully running at capacity, 2.2 megs.
And then finally, in terms of Sand Creek and the floodplain, that just flooded this weekend, and 60th Avenue was closed. What is being done, to make sure that, one, you don't have flooding events at your facility, and if you do, you don't have runoff going into Sand Creek?
Yeah, great question. So the 71,000 square foot building itself will be situated above the 100-year flood. I think that was mentioned earlier. The developed area will have a detention pond that will serve that use area. There's additionally what we call the North Retention Pond, which is in that Sand Creek floodplain area. We're being required under the CUP to excavate that retention pond and then provide an access for any future excavation in the future should it infill. So we are, to some degree at least, providing some flood storage.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Few other questions I have is, do you guys have any plans for securing the site, such as like fencing, security systems, monitoring for boundaries and different items, and especially like cameras for vandalism, because there's vandalism currently going on there now. So what are you going to do to change all of that?
Yeah, I listened very carefully to your comments and I'm concerned about it. We'll have 24/7 security at this facility. And obviously we'll, to the extent we need to secure our boundary to prevent people from, or at least help to prevent people from getting in, we will do absolutely that. The last thing we need is for damage to this sort of investment that we're making, not to mention that, you know, people that get in, they can injure themselves. So it's of great concern to us, but at the end of the day, we will have 24-hour security there.
So is that in writing now, like with the city, that's going to occur?
It'll certainly be part of our security plan.
Okay, but it isn't currently in writing with the city, right?
I don't know whether it is or not.
Ma'am, the fencing is included on the development plan, but there's not a note, I guess, about security cameras or anything like that. That's something that either could be added or could be coordinated with the police department if so appropriate.
Okay. Well, I would like that included, and then also that he mentioned, just so it's on record, that there was going to be 24-hour, someone there 24 hours monitoring there, just because of the way it looks currently and how it has looked previously for years. I think.
What I would recommend, ma'am, is that when you get to that stage of the discussion, that it may be appropriate as a condition of approval, that there would be the submittal of a security management plan of the site submitted to the city prior to issuance of a building permit, just so that we have something on file that serves as a self-enforcement for maintenance, upkeep, and mitigation of vandalism and other activity at that property.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor, can I make a motion now to your way?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Can you tell me what your safety record is as far as how many fires? I know you're like international, but is there some kind of how you monitor or know how many fires there are a year?
Well, in this, certainly in Colorado, which I can certainly speak to, we've not had any fires that have caused, you know, buildings to be destroyed or anything like that. We own and operate several landfills in the state, as well as solid waste transfer stations, which are really quite distinct from what this is, which is a material recovery facility. But all of these facilities, including our hauling companies too, there's the risk of fire. But we've got a great record in this state. We have nationally had fire incidents at MRFs, at material recovery facilities, short for MRFs for short, and we've learned from them. And one of the things that we've learned is exactly what we were speaking to earlier, which is implementation of this Fire Rover system, this 24/7 monitoring system, and which is not just sensors, but actuation too, to put out the fire. These days, these material recovery facilities, I mean, it's very expensive equipment. And not only is it expensive, but if there is a significant fire, it puts that facility potentially out of action for weeks, if not months, which is not good for us and it's not good for the community either. So we're not perfect, but we do continue to advance our performance in fire safety. And as I mentioned, we have an unrivaled safety record in general across the entire company.
So you can't tell me on average how many fires there are per year at a facility?
I wouldn't know offhand. I apologize.
Is there any way that we can pull up that site map again? Thank you. Okay.
Does that one work, or would you prefer the color-coded?
Yeah, the other one would
Okay.
probably be more of what I'm looking for. Where was the one that showed the,
Does that help?
the site where it was, had the hatching on the site and?
The
Yeah,
vicinity map?
there we
Okay.
go. Okay, so are there tanks, holding tanks at Suncor right behind this site?
To the west, on the other side
the
of
west.
Sand Creek.
Okay, just on the other side of Sand Creek. And the work would be done at the larger building that is towards the northeast?
Right, so it's the blue shape is the facility that the operation would be conducted inside of.
Okay. So it does go back towards Sand Creek. Are there explosions with the associated with the fires?
I'm not familiar with Suncor's operations at all.
Well, I mean, do you have explosions with
No.
associated with the fires?
No.
So it's just something where it starts smoldering and?
Yeah, that's how it all starts. I mean, sometimes it's, these days, it's lithium-ion batteries. Now, again, these fires are more prevalent at solid waste transfer stations that take garbage. And people put lithium-ion batteries, unfortunately, in their garbage, and they end up at solid waste transfer stations. There's a risk that somebody puts a lithium-ion battery, for instance, in pre-sorted recyclables, but the risk is much lower just because of the level of sorting and the sorts of materials that we're accepting here.
And would your AI robots pick up on something like that right away?
Yeah, the front-end screening and augering would separate out those materials early in the process, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for staff or the applicant? Seeing none, thank you all for your time. We're going to go to our speakers. We have no virtual speakers, correct? Correct. And we're going to go to our in-person speakers. Elizabeth Chapman.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Council. My name is Elizabeth Chapman. I'm the Executive Director of a statewide nonprofit called Recycle Colorado, of which Waste Connections is a longtime member. And I'm here to urge you to support this application because, as Councilman Kim stated earlier, Colorado is woefully behind the rest of the nation when it comes to recycling. You had that correct, that it's 15%, hovering at 16 perhaps this year. And part of the reason for that is we lack the infrastructure to support a robust recycling system. Having a state-of-the-art modern MRF in Colorado is one of the many steps Recycle Colorado sees as important to getting above that 16% and achieving perhaps 50, 60% of the material that we discard being recycled rather than landfilled. It's easy to invest in a landfill. Landfills are much less expensive to build and much less expensive to run than a state-of-the-art MRF that is a materials recovery facility that's being proposed here today. I would applaud Council for your attention to detail and concentration on safety and the economics of Commerce City. And I think that this proposal supports those concerns in that they are bringing to bear the most modern technology to ensure the safety of their workers, to ensure the safety of the community. Recycle Colorado was helped the passage of a Producer Responsibility Act and something called the Circular Economy Development Center. Both of those pieces of legislation are launching this year, and they both stand to increase the amount of material that's going through the recycling system. By getting ahead of the final implementation of those laws, Commerce City stands to benefit because not only will you have a materials recovery facility up and running sooner than other places will be able to, but it will then attract other manufacturing facilities that can use those bales produced by the material recovery facility proposed here to make more materials and hopefully continue to increase the economic growth of Commerce City. So thank you so much for your time and allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. Next up is going to be Tate Dunkley.
Good evening. Hi there. Mayor and Council, thanks for letting us comment today. My name is Tay Dunkley, and I am a consultant with Resource Recycling Systems. And I'm here in general support of the Waste Connections project. I've personally worked in the recycling industry in the Denver metro area for 10 years. And I've worked for a large municipality, specifically in the recycling and recycling education program. And I've previously served on the Front Range Waste Diversion Enterprise Board of Directors. My employer, Resource Recycling Systems, or RRS, is the nation's largest consultancy focused solely on materials management, recycling, and composting. And RRS has been working on recycling-related projects around the globe for more than 30 years, including numerous projects in Colorado for entities such as the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Adams County, Pueblo County, the city and county of Denver, Denver County, or Boulder County, I'm sorry, and Summit County, just to name a few. RRS supports Waste Connections' aim to invest in a new state-of-the-art materials recovery facility located in Commerce City. The facility would benefit the entire region by keeping valuable commodities out of the landfill, creating economic benefit through the sale of these commodities, and supporting living wage jobs. A recent CDPHE, or Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment study, found that the recycling industry accounts for nearly 86,000 jobs in the state. This investment here would expand recycling's economic contribution to the state's economy. As populations continue to grow in Colorado and recycling expands through new services and state policies, the region will need additional capacity to responsibly manage our waste materials and meet our state goals. As Liz previously mentioned, the state is at that 15 or 16% diversion, and the state hopes that the Front Range region has set goals to allow the Front Range region to reach 51% diversion by 2036. So infrastructure helps meet those needs. And this new facility will provide the capacity and will be an integral part of Colorado's recycling infrastructure for years to come. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. I don't suppose the applicant needs to rebut any of these comments? Great, thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the public, we also had no written comments?
No written comments were received by the deadline.
Thank you. We're going to close the public hearing. This time, look for a motion second to approve CUP-13-0-23 with either the 3 conditions or the 6 conditions that were specified. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Sorry, for clarification, you just need to specify, is it the 3?
With the 6 conditions identified.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, well, Mayor, I would...
Not yet.
Oh, whoops, okay, then I will second the motion.
Thank you. I have a
Thank
motion
you.
and a second to approve CUP 130-23. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to add to the motion to add that there be adequate security cameras, fencing, 24-hour staff monitoring. So I would like to add that.
You'd like to add additional conditions that the security plan, a security plan be submitted?
Correct. And 24-hour monitoring. as they stated there would be.
And which would include 24-hour monitoring by video or whatever.
Possibly both. I thought the presenter said, or the applicant had stated there would be in-person and cameras, from what I understood.
Okay, if that is the amendment and those are additional conditions, I'd recommend that the applicant be consulted on that to determine their position prior to council's vote on that.
Did I hear you were making a motion?
Yeah, yes, I am. Thank you. I'm making a motion then to add that.
All right, have a motion to add a seventh condition to CUP 1-130-23, requiring the submission of a security plan to the city, as well as 24-hour monitoring for security. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim?
Second.
Great. Mr. Applicant, we have a motion and a second to add this seventh condition. Would you like to chime in on that?
We agree with that condition.
Very good, thank you. All right, have a motion and a second to add a seventh condition. Is there any discussion on that? Councilmember Hurst?
Is there special circumstances, because this isn't the first CUP we've approved for recycling without these conditions?
So as I understand the question, sir, is this an outlier from previous review and approval of recycling centers? And I think my response would be that, you know, when we look at these applications based on locations and certain conditions and/or the type of use, if they're on a case-by-case basis. So I would say that when we've looked at other similar applications, the conditions that are obviously somewhat standardized based on the approval criteria and what's outlined within the Land Development Code. But then there's also been some flexibility, and I'll call it negotiation of additional conditions as certain programmatic or certain discussions through the evaluation of a project. So it's hard to say it's apple to apple when you're looking at maybe Waste Management or other locations.
I appreciate that. I honestly am coming at it more from, they agreed. If they didn't want to, I don't think they would have, but I worry now about our other conditional use permits that don't have anywhere near this amount of conditions for recycling centers. And if something happens there and we didn't require it.
Okay, have a motion and a second to add a seventh condition to CUP -130-23. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we have a motion and a second to approve CUP -130-23 with 7 conditions. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. All right, as much fun as that conditional use permit was, we have another one coming up. Let's take a 5-minute bio break, huh? All right, let's reconvene. All right, reconvene. And we're going to move on to our next public hearing, which is on Hampton Yard 8 LLC zone change. It is case number Z-544-91-94-23. I will remind council of the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you vote. You're not permitted to provide testimony. If you wish to participate in the decision, rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record, and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time, I'll invite the interim city attorney to address council.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, this time I'm going to open the public hearing, and we are going to invite Stacy Wazinger, city planner, to present for both Z-544 and Z-994.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. As stated, I'm here to present two related cases on the same site. There are two different zoning case numbers here, and I will show you specifically which each one applies to as we go through this presentation. So as stated, the request is a zone change. The proposed zoning for both requests is to zone to I3. There is a concurrent consolidation plat and a concurrent development plan under review as well. Those are not the items before this body tonight, though. So here's the vicinity map showing you the general location of this site outlined in red. So the larger site that is currently I3 with conditions is the purple site outlined in red, and then the smaller agricultural green spot is to the southeast of that on the same side of Northeast 64th Avenue. So here's the future land use plan. It does have this entire area as general industrial. And so this site is currently a little over 20 acres, including both parcels. So the larger parcel is about 20 acres, and the smaller agricultural zone piece is approximately 0.4 acres at this time. So this is a former sort of informal landfill site, meaning that for about 6 months in the mid-1970s, it was used as a landfill site, but it was never formally a landfill at that time. They do propose to reuse existing structures for offices on this site with a proposed overall development of an industrial, what they call an industrial park, is essentially associating those office spaces with outdoor storage yard spaces. That would be leased with on-site improvements that would be part of that development plan concurrent, including looped water line, fire lane for the property, landscaping, and servicing for the site, improved surfacing. And no new development agreement was required with this rezone. So going a little bit more in depth of each site, the case Z-544-91-94-23 is the requested zone change of approximately 20 acres from I3 with conditions to I3. It was zoned I3 with conditions in 1991, and the request is to remove those conditions. Here are the specific 1991 zoning conditions. I won't read through all of them at this time, but they do include site-specific development plans have to be approved by council, and some things that have also been addressed, such as the C, where a development agreement was previously entered into for this site. Z-994-23 is this just under half an acre that was zoned agricultural at time of incorporation into the city, and the request is I3 zoning to consolidate it into the larger parcel and use it as part of the overall industrial site. And so here are a couple of site photos showing some of the existing buildings proposed to be remain and reused as office spaces on this site. And then here is a kind of overall conceptual plan showing some of the improvements that would be included with the development plan if the rezoning and the plat were approved. These improvements could be made, including showing that fire lane and kind of in yellow there, and some green landscaping areas or areas for landscaping shown in green here. And so the Planning Commission analysis was that essentially that all approval criteria for both Z-544-91-94-23 and Z-994-23 were met in LDC section 21-32-32-5. And so on April 18th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and voted 5-0 to 4 both zone change requests to City Council with a recommendation for approval. So with that, staff concludes our presentation. Available to answer any questions. The applicant is also present to present and answer any questions council may have.
Thank you. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, but I'm a little confused. Is this the same presentation that was in our packet? Because it looks a little bit different. Was it changed?
So it's really just a little bit less. So we have a longer presentation in the packets, and then we try to condense them down a little bit in sake of time during these actual meetings. We focused tonight on the 2 zone cases. The packet included a resolution, which you all continued to the June 5th meeting at the beginning of tonight.
Okay, but then if you can go back to slide 5, because I had a concern, the one where it talked about the health department. I guess I wrote this, since it's different, my numbers aren't the same as what I looked at earlier. Yeah, where it says the former landfill site, and then it says Tri-County Health Department. Well, we don't have Tri-County Health Department anymore, so did you guys make sure and follow up with the new health department that they didn't object?
Yes, ma'am. So this project started a number of years ago, and so at the time, Tri-County was the department that they were working with. That since then, since Tri-County has been disbanded, we have also consulted with Adams County Health, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and the applicant can also speak more to some of their conversations with those agencies, but we do have correspondence that they did not object to this rezone.
Okay, thanks you. And then one last question. Included in the council packet was the Environmental Review Agency, and Dr. Russo wrote someone from I guess it was the Adams County Health Department. Her last statement in there, she stated, I updated the contact information with the Adams County Health Department, but I'm waiting on a call. And then she states someone's name about the new contacts and if they're okay with this. So that's all been cleared with the new health department.
Yes, ma'am. And I am, off the top of my head, I cannot remember her name at Adams County Health, but possibly the applicant can provide that name.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Madera?
I think I saw in the presentation that they're working with code enforcement to get into compliance. What is out of compliance?
So there have been a number of code enforcement actions over the years on this site having to do with some of maintenance, weeds, upkeep, and things like that. There's also, this rezone is necessary for the use to continue on site. So they have been working with code enforcement to clean up all of those notices. The applicant can also speak more to some of those specifics, but from discussion with code enforcement, they have rectified all of their open violations at this time.
Okay, and then I think you mentioned that they don't need a new development plan. Why would that be?
Development agreement.
Development agreement.
They do not need a new development agreement. original development agreement includes language that would require or have any additional improvements, public improvements are covered under that agreement. I will defer to Mr. Poe as the city engineer regarding the further analysis. But I have the statement from Public Works that is regarding.
Essentially, there's already one in place.
Yeah.
And it's still effective. So that's why an additional development agreement's not required. There is a development plan required, and that would follow the zone changes if they were approved, follow the consolidation plat, then there would be a development plan reviewed and approved administratively.
Okay, I guess my question is, there's some pictures in here, and, there's things in those pictures that don't appear to be in compliance with the zoning, like approved surfaces.
Absolutely.
For one, so,
So in order for us to allow essentially the necessary improvements, we need that development plan, but we can't approve a development plan with those current conditions on the 20 acres. There is a specific condition about a truck painting operation that hasn't been on that site in many years. And so that's why it's requested to essentially remove these conditions, do straight I-3 zoning, which would allow the applicant to move forward, consolidate the parcels, and then we could review and approve a development plan, which would allow for all of the improvements, the surfacing, fencing, all of those types of things, which would be included, that we wouldn't be able to allow currently because it would be in violation of these zoning conditions. So it's sort of a sequence of required steps, this being step one. And I know that the applicant in their presentation will speak a lot about what they have done to clean up the site within their limitations. But any actual or any further site improvements such as surfacing would require an approved development plan, which would be the third step in this process.
but, so I guess I'm a little bit confused on, if we approve the zoning without conditions, then does that preclude us from imposing any kind of conditions after the fact? Because it seems like the site would require some conditions or at least something to get it into compliance with that zoning.
Oh, of course. If the zoning were approved and the applicant moves forward with the development plan, which is what's currently in review, they would be required to meet all of the current standards of the land development code. So that would bring everything up to compliance. But at the moment, they can't bring anything into compliance with the land development code because we can't approve a development plan without removing the zoning conditions, which is a little bit convoluted, but hopefully that helps
It's a
make
little
sense. That's why it's
counterintuitive.
a multiple step process.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, let's get the applicant up here to do their presentation.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is David Brown, that's B-R-E-H-M. The one that says on. Sorry about that. Mr. Mayor, council, my name is David Brim, that's B-R-E-H-M. I'm with Plan West. We're land planners and landscape architects. And I have to tell you, we're pretty excited about being here tonight. When I started preparing for the Planning Commission, I looked at the notes, and the first memo I wrote was, I think, August of 2019. I always jokingly say I was younger back then. So I must have started this early in 2019, and I'm going to get to Councilman, the photos in there, and we'll talk a little bit about what we're talking about. It's kind of a catch-22 about where we are, but I'll get into that a little bit. I'm going to skip a few things in our presentation, but because we're not doing the replat tonight, and give me a hint here. Which one? It's not pretty simple, right? So we won't talk about that. So this is strictly rezoning. And I always like to talk, first of all, I like to start with, this is a great team of people that we've assembled, starting with the Hamden Yard 8 LLC, Tucker Robinson and Patrick. They have a lot of experience with industrial property, including a property in Commerce City where they cleaned up and made it a much better place. And I'm going to let them talk about that specifically a little later on. But the rest of the team, I'm going to skip a little bit about it, but, Plan West, I got to say, we're going to celebrate 50 years doing land planning in the Front Range. And I'm with Plan West 30 years, so it's a great depth of understanding what it takes to do land planning and what I call responsible growth. In industrial is sometimes not glitzy, but it's responsible growth. Survey, civil engineering, proof civil, very meticulous, very detail-oriented, very creative designers. Surveying, environmental, as you know, there's a landfill there. There's hundreds of pages written on this landfill of what you can and cannot do. It's mostly about what you can't do. There's a very little bit in there that says what you can do. Obviously, geotech and additional soils borings. To go back to the review process with Tri-County Health and Adams County Health, this project has been looked at, I's dotted, T's crossed meticulously because of the landfill, because of all the citations that were done in a previous lifetime. This is really tight. And again, tonight is not about site planning and detailed engineering. It's about zoning. But as a responsibility to our clients, we had to make sure that the engineering works before we come in here and ask you for permission to zone it. And we've done that. I'm going to skip this because this is about the plat that we'll do in June. This is an interesting couple of photographs. So when I showed up on this site, it was pretty horrible. I mean, it was a different owner. He's since sold it. But this on the top left, this building, seriously, it's hard to call it a building. It was a shack with 2 trailers on each side of it. I looked in the door and I said, Paul, I'm not going in there. You should get rid of this. And he says, I'm not allowed. I says, well, you better figure out a way to get rid of this because this is a hazard. The 2 pictures on the right, you saw the photographs that Stacy showed. These are the existing photographs of what they were when I showed up. These are going to be maintained and kept and upgraded to a current facility. There was a repo car lot on there with, the water quality. That's long been gone. This is the one that I always really kind of shocked me. There was a trailer on site with an above-ground septic tank. And, I'm looking at these people and I go, how do you do things like this? And that was gone pretty quickly. So this is Monroe Street, and part of the improvements, Monroe Street right-of-way, they'll have dedicated more right-of-way for Monroe. This is on the west side of the site, down below the hill. And this will be fully landscaped and maintained as a landscaped edge to the facility. I show these only as a matter of what the transition has been. Back in 2019, there were a lot of citations written on this, and over the years, they've been doing what they can without permits, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So here's the site plan. Again, it's not about site planning tonight, but this is the intent. This is the where we're headed with it when we get it zoned and get it replatted. So there's a great vision for it. So it starts off with the fire lane, fire loop that you saw in Stacy's application, with a fire water loop in there with fire hydrants. So it really increases, but it doesn't increase, it makes the site safe. I mean, to say it increases, it was just an unsafe place. And to do this, we need to get it rezoned and replatted. You can see on the west side is the Monroe landscaping along that embankment with, you can see a little bit of a strip there that'll be part of the right-of-way dedication. And then along 64th Street, or 64th Avenue, there'll be landscaping and the 2 buildings down there, and you can see on the top right where they'll be landscaped and improved with fencing. So the image, the public image along the public right-of-way will be incredibly enhanced, and it's going to end up raising the bar for what you can do for an industrial site. Industrial is not glitzy, but it doesn't have to be a derelict place like it has and it evolved to in the past life. So this creates the opportunity to really make it something as a real asset to the community. So what I'm going to do here is turn this over to Tucker and let him talk about it, and then Patrick to talk about their experience and their track record in Commerce City, and then I'll come back and add a few details to it.
Thanks, David. Council Mayor, my name's Tucker Robinson, and Pat and I represent Hampton Yard 8 LLC, the current owner of the property. I wanted to use an example of a previous investment we've made in Commerce City. The pictures you see before you are of 9975 104th Avenue at the cross-section of Florence and 104th. We purchased the property from Schlumberger, who operated on the site for a number of years. And when we purchased the property, we knew we were going to need to make a significant number of improvements. Councilman Madera, you addressed the surface conditions of 64th. We'll be mirroring what we've done here at 104th, which is a recycled asphalt across the entire site. We regraded that site so that all the water would run off into the regional retention pond. We will be installing a infiltration pond and doing the same thing at 64th. Additional improvements, we resurfaced the office parking lot. We added landscaping along Florence Street, and we believe we made we re-roofed all the buildings and installed a new privacy fence around the property as well, all to service not only the tenant of the site, who is SiteWise, who it should be in Commerce City for a long time to come, but also to raise the bar on what industrial sites should be in your city. And we plan to do the same thing at 64th. I'm going to go back to a photo that David used. On the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see the Monroe Street right-of-way landscaping improvements. David mentioned that we're planning on installing landscaping that's shown in the next slide all along that area. What he didn't mention is that when we purchased this property, we noticed that a significant amount of illegal dumping was taking place down here in the right-of-way. And so we took the initiative to put up a fence along Monroe, directly on top of our property line, that has ceased all the illegal dumping. So that's just one example of us trying to do what we can prior to getting these conditions removed and putting our development plan through in order to bring the property to its final condition. And that development plan, we've been working closely with staff since we purchased the property in November of 2021 on getting that plan approved and working to address all the concerns so that as soon as we came here today and got through the removal of the conditions in I-3, as well as replatting the property to combine the two parcels, which we'll do next month, we can go straight to getting that development plan approved, and we're jumping on the improvements as soon as we can. Now I'll turn it over to Pat, who's a member of our team, who is going to oversee all the work that's going on site.
Hello, Mayor and council people. I am Pat Pritchard. I oversee all the projects for Hampton Yard. And 104th was one of my larger projects that I've done in Colorado.
You can turn it.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Or one of the larger projects we've done in Colorado. We do some in some other states. To give you a little insight, what we've done at 64th to bring it up to code so we can keep going and get this project going. I am down to one document that's coming in for the methane test, and we will be getting our NAD for the VCUP program on that property. So that's already going to be taken care of. We got monitoring on the site ready, and then we're going to develop this project. The biggest thing that we want to address on this project is it has been neglected, and we are bringing everything back up to code. There are a bunch of sewer lines that we've been dealing with, South Adams County Water. We're dealing with the water lines, and then we're going to do the fire loop. The toughest thing about the whole thing on the whole project is once we get the approvals, we'll get it going. But, you know, until we can get this thing approved and move forward to it, it's going to be, we're doing some maintenance work on it now that we can without having to get permits because it's just regular maintenance stuff. But my goal is to make sure that we bring this property up to the level that Commerce City wants to see. Oh, yeah. They were talking about Adams County. Yes, I've already got Adams County Health Division involved with the VCUP. And I'll make sure that Stacy has her name. So most of the Adams County that we've covered everything under their requirements that they needed from us. And then you, as you can see under the documents of what we're committing to do to that property.
All right, does anybody on council have any questions for the applicant?
Let me wrap up with a summary, if I may, Mr. Mayor. You know, let's see. In a summary, you know, we're not talking about this. This is just straight heavy I-3 industrial. But one of the big pieces is, as Stacy said, right now, one of the conditions in the existing zoning makes every site plan and every change approved by city council. And that was a 1991 requirement. It never worked really well. And that is really kind of an egregious use of your time, and that goes away. It really brings everything up to, you know, the city's development code. And this goes back to conditions, Councilman. You want to put conditions. The conditions are the city code that it has to comply with. And the city code is pretty restrictive and definitive about what is allowed, what has to happen. And we've been working with them to make sure that this works. You know, it does bring it up to code, and it will with this approval and the improvements. And the big thing does, it really kind of reconfigures a project that's been fallow, and it will provide opportunity for employment. A summary, you know, fire lanes, water lines, we went through that, new roads. I didn't talk about the capped landfill. As I said, there's hundreds of pages written on that. What do you do with a recap? How do you repurpose it and make it useful? This is what it takes, and it's been reviewed thoroughly. It says this makes sense. You can do this and still respect that cap, the landfill. You know, it does fill a really needed market demand for conveniently located industrial uses that serves the area. These uses are really great location, and it's really contextually appropriate, and that's what zoning should be, contextually appropriate, because it's surrounded by other I-3. This is going to look like a great idea, or a great I-3. And then the repurpose of the existing structures, that's another element of responsible growth. So again, it upgrades a historically fallow and poorly utilized site to a viable asset to the city, you know, provides employment, and the improvements that we commit to with the site plan as a requirement of the city code is going to set a new standard. It's going to raise the bar for what this is. So as Stacy said, it meets the criteria, but I'm going to say this, it's a level above just meeting criteria. You can check boxes all the day long, but you look at this and you think, what's the best reuse of this property? And this proposal with this team is the best use to bring this fallow site back into compliance. So, so we appreciate your time, and we'll obviously appreciate your vote of approval so they can take it to the next step and really make this happen, and it can't be. Let me just say one thing about, it's kind of catch-22 where we are right now. You can't pull a permit because it's not zoned right, and you can't, you know, and you can't, you can't upgrade the place to eliminate all of the problems with it until you pull a permit. So this is one of those incremental steps. You get the zoning, they're ready to pull permits as soon as it's done, and then they're going to go forward and really bring it back up to code. So appreciate that again, appreciate your vote and for approval so they can move it to the next step. Obviously, willing to answer your questions.
Councilmember Madera.
So, several questions I have. In going through the environmental review, have you conducted any soil samples? I mean, this was a former paint shop and landfill, so.
By multiple geotechnical organizations, from the idea, from the landfill people, specialists in that, and from geotechnical, to be able to do that detention pond, because the detention pond moved around. We had to get permits for the infiltration design of it. We understand how that works, and there's just extensive analysis for that, and extensive review first by Tri-County and now Adams County Health.
So as part of this zoning, you're planning to comply with the recommendations, so, there's something about wastewater on there, abandoning a well.
All those things, yes, it has to come up to code.
Methane mitigation.
Yes, sir.
Definitely have to do something about that surface because that water runoff is going straight into
Yes.
either the Frico ditch or the Platte River right next to you.
What's in here is we're going to be providing that detention pond, which there was no detention pond on the site before. It was just surface running off, like you said. Now there's going to be a detention and water quality pond on site that everything will be drained to. So a major improvement.
And then another thing that Tri-County was concerned about was disturbing of the landfill material by connecting to sewer. How are you planning to address that?
There's plans for the two buildings. I think that if I hit this one, is there a, yeah, this one. These two buildings, this one will have their upgraded sewer system that's in 64th. And that'll go through the code requirements for upgraded sewer service to get permits for those two buildings.
And then another thing that I noticed, the memo regarding the public hearing didn't mention that there was anyone in public from attending or in attendance. Is that the case, or?
Yes, we conducted a public, a neighborhood outreach meeting that you're saying, and it was virtual. That's what was required at the time. And we sent out hearings, put a notice up, and no one signed in to the virtual meeting.
Okay, and then I think you already said this, but in regards to the septic tanks and you're going to be getting rid of those?
They were gone years ago, Councilman. Yeah, we just said, you got to get rid of those first. So, yeah, as Patrick and Tucker said, they've been doing maintenance and cleaning the place up and reducing and eliminating any of the hazardous health pieces over the years as far as they could until they bucked up against the wall. Well, to change the electricity in the building, you need a permit. To get the permit, you need a zoning. So they've done everything up to that point, including, minimizing the use and the operations in some of the buildings. So so they're not putting people in a hazardous or, compromising health condition.
And as part of this, have you guys reached out to the EPA or CDPHE and, what came of those discussions?
I don't. I'm going to have to ask Patrick to answer that question for the details.
We have actually been approved for the BCUP program.
You want to explain what that is?
And that requires everything from soil sample to water sampling to methane testing to anything that you can't disturb the soil on the landfill portion. So originally, the design of this road was supposed to go straight down the property. Due to the limits of the landfill, we had to shift the road over So now nothing is going to be over the landfill. So no work that gets done with sewer, water, anything will be in the landfill. Everything is outside of the landfill. That's why the
Point out that
detention
former
pond.
landfill.
Yeah, the detention pond is outside the landfill. Everything on this east side.
I think what we're talking about is the landfill limit,
Yeah,
is about right
here. Yep.
and it comes down that line. So that's why this road here has been moved over to the east to get out of the landfill, because one of the criteria is
That's it.
you can't pave or
Right.
put anything new over the
Over there,
landfill.
right. And you got a fire water line that's going in.
Right.
You're digging. So the landfill goes pretty much up north and goes into the property up north, and it goes into Suncor's property to the west.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, do we have any virtual speakers?
Yes, sir.
Any written comments?
No written comments were received by the deadline.
Any in-person speakers?
No, sir.
All right. Seeing that there's nothing to rebut, we'll go ahead
you.
and close the public hearing. This time, I'm looking for a motion and second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-544-91-94-23. Councilmember Kim? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
I have a motion and second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now I'm looking for a motion and second to introduce ordinance Z-544-91-94-23 by council as seen and approved on first reading. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the
I have a
motion.
motion and second to introduce ordinance Z-544-91-94-23 by council as seen and approved on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-544-91-94-23, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 3741 East 64th Avenue from heavy intensity industrial with conditions, I3 with conditions, to heavy intensity industrial, I3. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. All right, next up, we have zone change Z-994-23. Are we doing another presentation? No? Great. Are we doing another public hearing? Great. Looking for a motion second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-994-23. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
Have a motion second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on cases Z-994-23. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. Next up, I'm looking for a motion and second to introduce ordinance Z-994-23 by council with seed and approved on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Have a motion second to introduce ordinance Z-994-23 by council with seed and approved on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-994-23, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 3801 East 64th Avenue from agricultural AG to heavy intensity industrial I3. Your vote is now open.
Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. I'm thinking next time you're gonna need to pick the pace up a little bit there, Mr. Roberts. You're a little slow. All right. All right, at this time, I need a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this council meeting by 90 minutes. Councilmember Kim? Still got a lot of business to do, folks. Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
Have a motion second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this meeting by 90 minutes. Is there any discussion? No request for discussion. Do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 8-1. All right, we're going to move on to ordinances on first reading. First up, we have ordinance 2509, the State versus Marino Code Amendment. Is there any questions from council to staff? Seeing none, looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2509 by council as seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Kim? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
Have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2509 by council as seated and approved on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2509, an ordinance to amend Commerce City Revised Municipal Code CCRMC Section 12-4003 to comply with the State v. Moreno 2022 Colorado 15 case number 21SA181-2022. Your vote is now open.
Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. We're going to move on to ordinance 2521, recognition of a JAG burn grant. Anybody on council have any questions? Seeing no request for questions, looking for a motion. Second to introduce ordinance 2521 by Council seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Have a motion. Second to introduce ordinance 2521 by Council seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2521, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Department of Justice JAG Bryan grant funds in the amount of $29,001 and the authorizing of the expenditure thereof. Your vote is now open. Councilmember Hurst.
Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. We're going to move on to ordinance 2522, increasing the penalties for fireworks violations. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Question for our city attorney. Option 1 is what?
Option 1 doesn't have the alternatives for juvenile penalties, and option 2 offers alternative penalty options for, well, it gives discretion to offer alternative penalty violations.
All right, looking
For violations by juveniles.
All right, so option 1 does not provide alternative, the option for alternative punishment for juveniles. Option 2 does provide the discretion of the municipal judge to offer that for juveniles. Looking for a motion, second to approve on first and final reading, ordinance 2522, either option 1 or 2 as an emergency ordinance. Councilmember Noble?
I would like to move approval of ordinance 2522, option 2.
Very good. I have motion second to approve on first and final reading ordinance 2522, option number 2, which does provide for discretion of the municipal judge to provide alternative punishment for juveniles as an emergency ordinance. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve on first and final reading ordinance 2522 as an emergency ordinance. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
No, thank you, sir.
Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2522, an emergency ordinance to amend the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code CCRMC Section 1-3003E, increasing the penalties for firework violations. Your vote is now open.
Sorry, the title also says, and adding alternative penalty options for juveniles. It's option 2.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously, 9-0, and passes and takes effect on what day, Ms. Geiger?
I believe it's immediately.
That had to be published.
Yep. Sorry?
I thought it had to be published after it passes.
For emergency ordinance, it's after it passes, it's published, I believe.
So it takes effect immediately?
Yeah.
All right, and just for clarification, so everybody out there in TV land knows, what is the new fine?
It's $1,000 for a first violation and $2,000 for a second violation.
And that includes any firework?
Illegal fireworks.
Very good, thank you. All right, last up, ordinance 2523, increasing the regular meetings to 3 per month. Does anybody on council have any questions? Seeing no request for questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2523 by Councilor Seedland and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim? Second. Have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2523 by Councilor Seedland and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a roll call vote after the city clerk has a chance to read the title.
Ordinance 2523, an ordinance amending the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code CCRMC Section 2-2001 to increase the number of regular city council meetings from 2 to 3 a month and decrease the number of study sessions from 2 to 1 a month. Your vote is now open.
All right, that passes 9-0 as well. All right, next up is going to be administrative council business. Do any council members have administrative business items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. On Saturday, May 13th, the mayor and city council were notified by our city manager, Mr. Rogers, that state health officials were investigating a flood from stormwater at Suncor. Suncor took samples and none of them exceeded the stormwater permit limits. We were notified state health officials did not believe there was a risk to public health or drinking water. This is very disturbing to me and several residents in Commerce City and the state of Colorado, because it is probably running down the stream into Sand Creek and other bodies of water. Therefore, I would like to make a motion to request staff to work with Suncor and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment on developing a legally authorized and permissible manner for the city to participate in the monitoring of stormwater into bodies of water within the city or compliance with relevant permits, and to bring such information to a study session and the information be added to Dr. Russo's reports. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion to direct staff to work with Suncor and CDPHE on developing a legally authorized and permissible manner for the city to participate in the monitoring of stormwater into bodies of water within city or compliance with relevant permits, and to bring such information to a study session and the information be added to Dr. Russo's reports. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
A second that, please.
I have a motion and a second directing staff to take this action. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to bring this up also because we have an outstanding motion. It was a unanimous motion to have an executive session regarding legal action against Suncor that was preceding the flooding. Do we have an update on that?
We don't, ma'am. I still need to coordinate with the city attorney's office on how best to approach that exec session with making sure that we have the right resources in that room to advise you correctly.
Okay, is there any other discussion?
Yes, I have more. I couldn't tell if they were finished. You finished and then you started chatting. I'm like watching you guys now. I have some sort of
clarification on the basis for the exec session, but it sounds like it's potential litigation, I guess, is.
correct.
Okay.
Correct. We have a notice out to them already. A notice of
Right,
intent to sue.
On the wastewater.
I'm not suggesting it's strictly wastewater. Whatever our conversation is regarding the legal actions is what we will discuss in executive session with the environmental legal counsel that we have retained previously.
Okay, we will discuss in.
Okay, thank you.
On schedule.
And I did want to make the point also that I have many friends who have worked in the oil and gas industry, and I had asked what else might be on the surface at the Suncor refinery site. And it was mentioned PFAS, sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, isooctane, et cetera, et cetera. So you have to imagine all of that is on the surface, whether it's the soil or the pavement, and with that flooding, that all went into the Burlington ditch. So they apparently are checking for benzene, but I would suggest that they actually check for a heck of a lot more chemicals that are going into water that is going to be going downstream into people's drinking water, not ours. We don't use that for drinking water, but others do downstream from us. Thank you.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, just one question, and you might not know the answer, so it might be something to roll into this motion, but does CDPHE not take their own samples when an incident occurs?
They do. They have, so when an incident occurs, the the body in which that loses containment on site makes a call into the spill line. Once that is called into the spill line, that body does a self-reporting of what they find through their own laboratories. And then CDPHE will then have staff go out through their water quality control division and take samples that will then send it off-site to either confirm, verify, or assess if there are additional impacts.
Okay, well, in that case, rather than speculating, can we have that included in the report as soon as that information is available for our environmental monthly update?
We can include that data.
Any other discussion? All right, I have a motion and a second to direct staff to work with Suncor and CDPHE in developing a legally authorized and permissible manner for the city to participate in the monitoring of stormwater into bodies of water within the city or compliance with relevant permits, and to bring such information to a study session and the information to be added to Dr. Russo's reports. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion will carry unanimously 9-0. Is anybody else on council have any administrative council business of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Seeing none, let's move on to reports. Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, sir. Starting within the city manager's office, community relations is taking direction from the Memorial Day Parade Planning Committee and working with departments to finalize details for the 57th Annual Memorial Day Parade on Monday, May 29th. This year's Grand Marshal, Mr. George Marshall
Excuse me, sir.
Easton.
Having a hard time understanding you. You're talking down a little bit. and
I'm
the
sorry.
microphone's not picking you up very well.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
All right. Well, starting back off, we are taking direction from the Memorial Day Parade Planning Committee, and we're working with departments to finalize the details on that parade, which is Monday, May 29th. This year's Grand Marshal, Mr. George Marshall Eastman, was announced a few weeks ago, and the city has recently announced that high-energy cover band Home Slice will entertain the crowd at the Veterans Memorial Park with a concert after the parade. We will also be announcing the names of food trucks for the event in the near future. Community Relations is also working with various departments and boards to help plan and promote other upcoming events, including the city's first Juneteenth celebrations, music in the park concerts, police department community meetings, and the Senior Resource Fair, all to occur in the month of June. Community Relations staff is also finalizing details for the upcoming City Council Ward town halls and intends to announce those details to the public this week to begin publicly promoting and spreading the word about the various meetings. Information about the My C3 tool trailer is now live in the city website, and a full communication plan to promote the new programs about to launch to spread the word about the program. Our Derby sign is 75% completion at the intersection of Highway 2. We hope to have that completed by the end of this week. With respect to community development, as we started the See Click Fix, our new CRM system, and our E-Track It, which is for submittal of various permits, last Monday. Over the course of a week, we saw 98 different tickets submitted to identify or to make staff aware of various complaints or issues out in the community. And as far as total number of permits, we had 163 pulled with a total number of 248 inspections requested. For the first week of going live, we actually saw a digital submittal rate of 89%, and we believe that'll grow as word spreads. But for the first week of a transition from paper and triplicate to all online, 89% is not a bad number coming out. Going to Public Works, you all said it very clear, and I appreciate the comments to Public Works staff for all the hard work that they did over the last 96-plus hours with respect to the flood. Our staff is continuing to work with Mile High Flood District to assess East 96th Avenue, Highway 2, and Peoria crossings with First Creek. There's been mobilization of engineering contractors to begin collecting data for a post-flood analysis along the entire reach of First Creek. They are also reporting back to Mile High Flood to determine what assistance they may be able to provide to repair the damage along those roadways. So more to come as we collect this data over the course of this week. And obviously, we're gearing up for an additional event later on this week, just to make sure that, once again, we can try to stay ahead of any potential issues. with PRG. Buffalo Run had 280 people attend Mother's Day brunch, and the golf course should be back open tomorrow after being closed over the weekend due to flooding from heavy rains last week. I'd like to be able to show my appreciation and salute to the police department for all the women and men that join our ranks. Today was the start of Police Week. We had a event of raising the flag and being able to show our appreciation for not just Commerce City Police Department, but those across this country and those that have given their life. It was a touching ceremony this morning, and I would say we had a good representation of our force out in show. And I would say that we have other events that will be occurring over the week, a barbecue with PD and some other events. So I just have to be able to tip my hat to PD with respect to this week and what we ask our men and women to do in putting their lives on the line to ensure that we are able to remain safe and to protect. Last but not least, starting tomorrow, Ms. Kathy Blakeman will be the acting city manager. I've asked her not to burn down the building, or if she does, just to make sure that I'm able to get my money out. But I will be returning as of Tuesday next week. So if you have any questions, please send those to Kathy, and she will be able to respond in a timely manner to your needs. That ends my report.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Rogers? Although you will be missed, we will look forward to Ms. Blakeman taking care of the city and getting everything done that you haven't done for us yet.
You know what? I won't take that the wrong way. I appreciate that.
I do want to, you called out Public Works and the police department for all the work this weekend, and I think everybody is appreciative of everything they did, but I also want to thank you personally for all the work and communication that you did this weekend and coordinating all those efforts and keeping the city council up to speed on all the closures that were taking place and the work that was going on. The communication was by far above what we are used to experiencing during an event like this, and so it is greatly appreciated that you took the time to make sure that we were informed. Thank you. Interim City Attorney Geiger.
I don't have anything, but I'm going to have to start developing something entertaining to give you all our reports.
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Geiger? Great. Any council members wish to make a report? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I will make it quick, but on Wednesday, I attended the Memorial Day Planning Committee for the Memorial Day Parade, and want to just give thanks again out to Travis Huntington and all the other staff, because a lot of people don't realize all the work that's involved in planning that parade, and just putting the word out there that they are low on entries for the parade. So if you know they extended the deadline, so if you know anyone that wants to walk and do something in the parade, that would be greatly appreciated. The information is on the Commerce City website. On Thursday, I attended the Senior Commission, and they are planning, once again, the Senior Resource Fair, which is June 17th. That's a great event, even if you're not a senior, just to get out and meet some of the seniors in Commerce City. Then on Friday, I attended the Juneteenth planning event meeting, and that's going to be another great event in Commerce City happening in June. And that's all I have for my report. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. On last Friday, the 12th, I just want to make it known, I did meet up with a marijuana dispensary clinic that's actually located here in the South. The conversation that led that they wanted to have with me was regarding the moratorium that's currently in place with wards 1 and 2, and how potentially, if that was extended out, or potentially a ways to take the existing dispensaries we have down in 1 and 2 to kind of potentially try to get them scattered out to the north. No promises were made, nothing, it's just more of an informational conversation all in all. So I just want to make sure that was known. And with regards to kudos, definitely want to give a big shout out to Jordan. Jordan has been running the show while his his counterparts are out having fun per se. And Mr. Rogers, you know, you won't be missed. I'm sure Ms. Blakeman will be able to handle it all by herself at this point. That is all I've got. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. I attended the Growing Water Smart workshops in Estes Park for 2.5 days last week, and I had the great pleasure of working with Sean Poe, who was our new interim Public Works Director, Jenna Hahn, Nathan Chavez, and our Water Legal Counsel. In addition, Abel Moreno was part of the meetings, and who is head of Adams County Water and Sanitation District, as well as Glenn, and I forget his last name, but he's a really smart engineering guy for South Adams Water and Sanitation Department. Anyway, you're going to hear a lot more about this because it was a very successful event, and I have never gone to a more tightly run workshop with more commitment from the attendees either. Regarding the senior commission that Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas mentioned, there's also going to be a table for council members. So put June 17th on your calendars if you want to attend. I also attended the Adams County Regional Economic Partnership Luncheon last week, AC Rep, and met with Travis Huntington and Jason Dennison about town halls for Commerce City, and those have been set. They begin on June 1st, and the last one is on June 28th. It's every Wednesday. The first Wednesday is Ward 1, second Wednesday is Ward 2, third Wednesday is Ward 3, and fourth Wednesday is Ward 4. And you will be getting information about them. The Ward 4 is at South Lawn Elementary, though, from 6 to 7:30, I can tell you that. Anyway, thank you very much.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing I did last week was that had anything to do with the city, was to attend the Prairie View High School School of Business board meeting, and it was the last one for this season before fall, but there's a request from the students. They would love to come in and do a presentation for the council, if that's at all possible. They're asking for about 15 minutes. And everyone just recognizes what the city has done to make their program successful, and they wanted everyone to know that it is appreciated. Thank you.
All right, last up for the evening is an executive session. Looking for a motion and a second to enter executive session. Enter into an executive session and executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses E, for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations concerning incentives for 3 potential economic development projects within the city. Councilmember Douglas. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Have a motion second to enter executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now I'm looking for a motion second to automatically adjourn the meeting following the executive session. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim? Second. Have a motion second to automatically adjourn the meeting following the executive session. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're now going to go into the little room and have an executive session. Council will not be returning from the executive session. The meeting will be immediately adjourned following the executive session. The meeting broadcast and recording will be ended at this time. Have a good night. Have a good week. We'll see you next week for a study session. Stay dry. Stay safe out there. Thanks again for everybody for all your hard work and for sticking with us through this monster of a meeting. Good night.
protective cover on it. Do you know it took me actually a hot minute to realize?